Okay, this meeting is now resumed. Members of council, we will now review and confirm the order paper. There are 22 items left on the agenda, including 3 member motions. Members, I must remind you that today's meeting must end by 7:30 p.m. in order to permit religious observance. I will now take the release of polls. Please put your name on the list. Are there any release of polls? Do we have any release of polls? If there's any amendments you want to make to any of the items, we can deal with it.
Madam Speaker, it's Councillor Robinson. I just want to make sure I released CC 35.3, the Integrity Commissioner. I know I released it, but then Councillor Fletcher had interest in it, but I'm releasing that. If I didn't officially do that, I will now.
Yeah, it's in Councillor Fletcher's name, but Councillor Fletcher is not here.
Well, the Integrity Commissioner's been waiting for 3 days, so.
I know, but I don't know what to do. She's not here. Does anybody else have any quick releases that we can release? Because we have to get the agenda completed today.
Madam Speaker, it's Josh Mathel. I may have one with an amendment that I don't think is controversial.
Which item?
It's IE 23.9. It's the award of the contract for the Fairbank Silverthorne Storm Trunk Tunnel, etc.
What's your amendment?
I believe the clerk should have it. It's just regarding consultation with the local community about mitigating impacts of the project around Fairbank Park.
Okay, just a sec. Let us put it on the screen. Okay, it's on the screen.
Thank you.
The amendment is on the screen on IE 23.9. All in favor of the amendment?
Madam Chair, just
Yes?
a question. Has the councillor passed it by staff and are they okay with it?
Yeah, I've discussed this with staff and they're more than fine, more than happy to do this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, on the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Grimes, are you okay to release your item?
Madam Speaker, I've got questions of staff and I'm just waiting on a motion.
Councillor Carroll, IE 2322. Okay.
Madam Speaker, I can probably deal with it now. I think my motions, I think the clerk has my motions controlled.
Okay, do we have your motion, Councillor Grimes?
I believe you do, but I'll start with questions of staff.
Well, then it's not a quick item.
What?
It's not a quick item,
Okay.
Councillor Grimes, if you're asking
Okay.
questions.
All right. Okay.
So
Madam Speaker,
you're
sorry.
not, okay, just a sec, please. Councillor Grimes, so you're not releasing it?
No.
All right. Is Councillor Carroll not here yet? Councillor Robinson?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask to time an item today, if that's possible. The item is PH 25.7, Yonge and Eglinton, Canada Square. There's 3 councillors involved in that and a lot of residents and working groups. So people would appreciate if we could have a time. I was going to suggest right after lunch or after the timed items this morning, but I think we'd all appreciate if we could have this timed.
Well, I think it's going to be kind of difficult today, Councillor Robinson, because we have a number of items and we have to finish early tonight. And we will be going, the first timed item this morning are all the confidential items. So we have no idea what time we're going to finish those items. That's why I'm trying to get some of the members of council to maybe release their item, because if we don't complete it by the end of the day, these items will be deferred.
So could we time it then, given that for right after lunch, PH 25.7,
Well,
hoping that those other items are dispensed of?
well, I mean, we can try, but I don't know if we'll be able to get to it because we're going in camera. There's a motion by.
Madam Speaker? Madam
Yes,
Speaker, there are some added items from yesterday that are, I believe, non-controversial that we could deal with quickly.
no, there's only one added item, which is the member's motion by Councillor Fletcher.
I thought I added 2 yesterday. I don't recall us dealing with them other than to add them.
Which item?
I'll have to look at the numbers. They were added. They were all adopted? Okay, sorry.
They're
I
all
missed that.
adopted.
Okay, terrific. Thank you.
I mean, maybe you can release some of the audit items. That was try to save time.
I have motions ready, but I don't think I can release them.
Councillor Fletcher?
Yes,
Councillor Fletcher, sorry. You're here. Councillor Fletcher, the member's motion that you introduced yesterday for MM 3552, 592
Yes.
Gerard Street,
yes,
willing just to move it?
yes, absolutely.
Okay, on favor, carried. There was another item that Councillor
I do have something. No, I could do something else here if you'd like.
Yeah,
I could
Councillor
release,
Councillor Robinson was asking earlier, and I know you held it down before you came, CC 35.3, Office of the Integrity Commissioner.
yes, I'm going to release that. Speaker, I'm
Okay.
going to release that. It's a very good report, and I can ask those offline. So I'll release that today.
Okay, thank you. So CC 35.3, Councillor Fletcher is releasing, on favor, carried, thank you.
And then CC 35.2, I would just like to defer that to the next meeting.
Okay, on CC 35.2, Councillor Fletcher is moving to defer it into this, till the September council meeting. On favor, carried.
And I have a motion shortly, Speaker, for PH 25.16, so that will clear all my holds off. Okay.
Is that motion ready yet, Councillor Fletcher?
No, it's not ready, but it will be. It's not a long one. I'll be
Okay.
able to release it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carroll? I wanted to ask you, you held down members' motion MM 35.6. Are you okay to release it?
Madam Speaker, I did. I would release 2 of my holds if, as long as I can arrange a meeting with park staff. Sorry, you just quoted the number, the member's motion I am holding.
MM 35.6.
Yes, and I would also release the hold I have for IE 23.22 LDD moths. It's the same set of staff that I need to discuss these items with.
Okay, so Councillor Carroll's releasing IE 23.22. On favor, carried. Councillor Carroll is releasing MM 35.6. On favor, carried.
Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Minna-Wong, you've held down MM 3519. Are you ready to release it?
I am not,
You're not.
sadly. I'm working on a motion. I'm working on a motion as opposed to emotion. I'm working on a motion.
All right. So, members, council has previously decided to consider any matters that require closed session as first items this morning. There are 7 items with confidential information. I will now review the list and ask if members indicate it's a closed session item. So the first one, Councilor Wong Tam, AU 9.6, the auditor's report on outstanding recommendations. Do you need to go in camera?
I do, Madam Speaker.
Councilor Fillion, AU 9.7, auditor's report, security.
I don't think I need to go in camera for that.
Okay, thank you. But do you want to release it?
I have a motion.
Did the staff have your motion?
I believe so.
Okay, so if we can put your motion on the screen. AU 9.7 by Councilor Fillion.
Yes, I won't read it out. It's just simply to make sure that these really critical issues are resolved and that we are sure they've been resolved.
Okay, the amendments on the screen. On favor, carried. Item as amended, on favor, carried. AU 9.11, auditor's report, winter road maintenance. Councilor Perruzza, you held it down. Do you need to go in camera?
No, Madam Speaker, I do not, and I can release it. I had a conversation with staff yesterday, and I was going to talk again about how we need to bring some of the service in-house because we're paying an awful lot of people just to stand around all winter long. And I'm hoping that one day we'll come to our senses and move to do that. So I'm happy to release it for now.
Okay, Councilor Perruzza is releasing AU 911. On favor, carried. AU 9.13, Councilor Fillion, you held the item down. Auditor's report on a software license subscription.
Yes, I think I might be on the borderline of public and private. I may need to ask some questions in camera on that. I'll check with the chair and staff.
All right.
But for now, I would say yes, I need
Yes.
to deal with it in camera.
And Councilor Matlow, are you ready to release AU 9.16, the response to City Council's request for an audit of affordable housing?
I'm going to have to ask some questions of staff.
All right. Councilor Perruzza, GL 2414, Downsview Eastlands. Are you ready to release it, or you still want to hold?
No, Speaker, I'm hanging on to that one. I'm just waiting to have a
right,
conversation with our staff
okay.
about that one as well. Okay, thank you.
All right.
So they're not confused.
Okay. So the other items for closed session, CC 3516, Councilor Pasternak, you need to go in closed session on that item?
Yes, I understand we have to.
Okay. CC 3521, 900 Dufferin Street, Councilor Bylaw, you need to go closed session?
Madam Speaker, I believe so. I have a motion to move in closed session.
So you need to go in closed session, okay. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't need to, sorry, I didn't hear that.
Is clerk saying I don't need to?
Okay, Councilor Bylaw, if you need to speak to it, then we need to go in closed session.
I just need to, no, I don't. I just need to move my motion and the supplementary report.
So, so that can be done later in the meeting publicly. You just have the confidential motion now, which has been circulated to members, which we do.
Okay.
Later in the meeting, she can just move it up.
Okay, so Councillor Bylaw, you can move that later in the public session, okay?
The motion is a confidential motion. Staff is aware of that, correct?
Yes, please.
Madam Speaker, just to clarify the advice I just gave to you, the member has submitted a confidential motion. The moving of that motion has to be done in public, but not the disclosure of the confidential motion will be attached as a confidential attachment to the motion and circulated to members of council through CMP. So we're in the process of preparing that for the member now. It should be on CMP shortly, or once the councillor approves it. And then later in the meeting, if no one wishes to speak to the matter in closed session, it can be moved. The confidential attachment can be moved publicly later in the meeting. I know that. Now I've confused you, Madam Speaker. I can see that.
Councillor
Madam
Bylaw, are you
Speaker?
okay?
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
Yeah.
Councillor Carroll, point of order.
On a point of order, could we just include that item on the in-camera motion just in case? It sounds like we should.
I think so too. I agree.
Okay, let's just include it in the in-camera. That's 35. The next one is CC 3526. Councillor Matlow, do you need to go in camera on that item?
All right, Madam Speaker, would you mind just repeating the item number?
CC 3526.
No, I don't believe so.
You don't need to? Okay. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 4 items to go in camera. 4.
Actually, you know what, sorry, Madam Speaker, yeah, well, if I'm going to be moving a motion with regard to direction on the item, should I move that in camera or public?
John?
Madam Speaker, I know that my previous advice was a bit wordy, so I'm going to restate it. It's a convention here. It's been done in this meeting already. If members have amendments to confidential instructions, we prepare those as a confidential motion. We publish it in CMP for members' eyes only. But the motion that covers that says, adopt the confidential instructions attached in the confidential attachment, that motion must be placed in public. And so that can be, members can amend those instructions in that fashion without the need if there's no need for debate.
Yeah, I don't believe I'll be doing or saying anything that will need to go in camera. Based on that advice.
We have 4 items to go in camera, which, okay, let me go back to my list. AU 9.6, AU 9.13, CC 3516 and CC 3521. So I would suggest we do the CC 3516 at the end, and then I'll leave the council chambers because I have an interest on that one. Okay, so if we can put the motion on the screen. Oh yeah, before we adopt the order paper, are councillors sure that they don't have any more quick releases? Just think about it.
Madam Speaker,
Yes.
Councillor Robinson, I can release something, MM 35.10, if I could just say a few words, like 45 seconds.
Councillors are okay with that? 45 seconds? We can release it? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Robinson, MM
Okay,
3510.
you time me, see how I do. All I want to say on this matter is I'm very happy that Councillor Cressy is pursuing these C-bins. But I also want to say that I did move this similar motion in July of 2018 before the last term ended, and nothing really moved, or there was no traction. And in that time, I'm guessing a lot more plastic contamination has entered the lake. So from the Don River, and many of us represent the Don River, have the Don River going through our wards. And we've all seen if we've had that opportunity to paddle the Don, all the garbage and plastic bags. We have a real problem with that in Thorncliffe Park, but much trash is entering the lake via the Don River. So I just want to ask staff to at some point give me a full briefing, because I did ask at that time for the general manager of solid waste to work with academic government and industry partners to investigate solutions for reducing the amount of waste and debris going into the lake. And there's a great example of Baltimore. They've got a trash eating water wheel. It sounds funny, but works very effectively to address single-use items and contamination. And that was way back in July of 2018. So I'm a little concerned that there's been a lack of traction and activity on this. At the same time, I'm very happy that Councillor Cressy is pushing this forward. So
Okay.
I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. MM 3510.
Minute and 16 seconds.
Yeah, I know. MM 3510, Councillor Robinson is releasing. All in favor, carried. Any more? No? All right, so we'll put the motion on the screen to go in camera. Pardon? Oh, yes. All in favor of adopting the order paper? All in favor, show of hands, carried. So we'll put the motion on the screen. Councillor Carroll, do you want to move the motion to go in camera?
Certainly,
It's on-
Madam
It's
Speaker.
on the screen.
Certainly, Madam Speaker. The council recesses public session to meet as committee of the whole in closed session to consider AU 9.6 Auditor General Status Report on Outstanding Recommendations. The reason for confidential, the security of the property of the city or local boards, labor relations or employee negotiations, litigation or potential litigation affecting the city or a local board, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the city and local board. I may abbreviate the rest of the items. AU 9.13, city needs to improve software license subscription tracking, utilization, and compliance. Reason for confidentiality, commercial information supplied in confidence to the City of Toronto. I'll consider the rest of that one read. CC 35.16. Oh, okay, I'm going to read it all out. Where I left off, councillors, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice the competitive position or interfere with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization. CC 35.16, 2 Champagne Drive and 1107 Finch Avenue West, Official Plan Amendment 231 appeal to the OLT, formerly the LPAT. Requests for direction, reason for confidential information, litigation or potential litigation that affects the city or one of its agencies or corporations, and advice subject to solicitor-client privilege. And CC 35.21, 900 Dufferin Street, Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application, request for directions, the reason for confidential information, advice or communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege, and information regarding potential litigation. There you go, Madam Speaker.
Favor, carried. So we'll give it a few minutes to go in camera. Where?
If the clerk is, oh, sorry, is the clerk there?
They are. We are now back in public session, Counselor.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask, I sent a draft motion on 3519 and I wanted to release it. Well, you can wait. I just want to know if they got it because I haven't heard anything back from them.
They do have it, Counselor. I'll let everybody know how we're going to proceed here now, and that'll make
Okay.
it clear to you. Okay. So City
Thanks.
Council has completed its closed session. Consideration of items AU 9.6, AU 9.13, and CC 35.16. Council did not consider item CC 35.21 in the closed session. No motions were placed in the closed session. We will now proceed to the public debate. Councillors, because the speaker has an interest in CC 35.16, I'm going to suggest that we proceed to that right away so we don't have to do a lot of chair switching. So I'm going to open up the debate on CC 35.16. Councillor Pasternak, you held that item as the local councillor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Questions for staff, I assume?
Yes.
So,
Being mindful that we are now in public.
Yes.
Okay.
I will.
Thank you.
Is it safe to say that
I don't have
that on this site you could build a hotel, you could build a school, you could have places of worship, you could have sensitive uses which do not rezone the lands?
Through the Deputy Speaker, Councillor, there are uses that are permitted as of right by the underlying zoning, and some of those uses that you just mentioned would be permitted, yes.
So employment lands are for jobs, job creation. I guess I've got some statistics here that healthcare is the fastest growing sector in Western countries and many third world countries. They estimate that 780 jobs would be created if this is approved, overnight stays. Is that a tad better than a warehouse with a bunch of boxes and a couple of security guards?
There's no question, Councillor, that you're outlining the benefits of healthcare facilities, and you know, every part of our employment profile, if you will, no matter really where or how many jobs, serves the purpose of keeping our economy diverse and actually thriving.
Now, can we agree that at the height of the pandemic, hospitals were canceling elective surgeries? They were over capacity. We had a healthcare crisis, as many leading medical experts described it. Would you say that was true? We lacked capacity, and everyone was talking about building capacity and building the healthcare industry.
You know, from my standpoint as a chief planner, Councillor, I can only make a similar observation that you've made. I'm not an expert at all in the provision of healthcare. My awareness derives from my general understanding that what you outlined is I'd say pretty accurate.
So this is not a radical rezoning or land use conversion. It's site-specific exception to allow overnight stays for recovery of medical services. Is it correct that the York Finch Hospital is situated in employment lands?
Councillor, just to the implication of your question, your premise is that it is not a conversion. It is a conversion if a use that is currently not permitted is allowed, and the overnight stay component. With respect to the hospital that you mentioned, you know, we have pre-existing uses in employment areas, and certainly the direction overall has been to deal with sensitive use adjacencies in employment areas. So, but there's no question there are uses that historically do exist in our employment areas that present
Right.
sensitive use complexities.
Now, the recent Keel Finch secondary plan, which planning staff approved and council adopted
applied for intensification of residential near some pretty heavy industrial areas. Is that correct that the city staff adopted that plan and approved that plan?
City Council considered a secondary plan brought forward by city staff that advanced the existing residential permissions in the area and introduced new parameters that would manage the adjacencies between new residential being built by the new subway station and the Finch line. And you know, our recommendation generally was for a managed outcome between those industrial uses and new residential uses being introduced.
Now back to the land use and employment lands, with healthcare being one of the fastest growing industries today and in the future. Do you think Toronto wants to be a city of the past or a city of the future?
Through the deputy speaker, I'm happy with the slogan "City of the Future" by all means.
Okay. And finally, when it comes to the restrictions, this is so specific. This is not luxury condos or townhomes. This is not heavy in residential. This is highly restricted medical recovery on fronting a main arterial road. Would you agree with that that assumption? No one's building luxury condos or apartment buildings or townhomes here.
No, Councillor, that's correct. The component of this proposal that represents the only complication for city staff is the overnight stay component.
Okay. Are you aware of a
Last
20-year
question.
lease between North York General Hospital and the site to provide mental health, addiction services, complex diabetes care, and Ontario breast screening at this site? They're a medical partner at this site and are on site?
Through the deputy speaker, I'm aware that through representation made by the owner's solicitor that they are a tenant of this complex, one of many tenants.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to put myself on to question next, and I will set my timer. Mr. Chief Planner, the local councillor just mentioned some classical health procedures that the hospitals mentioned that they are doing: their breast screening, diabetes care, some mental health treatment. These are all day procedures. So in terms of there being 720 jobs here, it sounds like, this having an exemption and allowing overnight stays, it wouldn't affect all 720 jobs, not by a long shot. It's simply a sensitive use that planning cannot support? Is that, am I reading
correct.
that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And if the magnitude of treatments requiring overnight stays was going to affect all 720 jobs, would you say that this application actually is properly before you? Shouldn't it then be an application for a hospital full on?
Well, the introduction of, yes, and the introduction of overnight stays, and you get into issues of the duration of that stay, it really transforms it into what would be considered a health facility, which is a sensitive use.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, sir. And those are all the questions, councillors. I'm going to go to request to speak. And Councillor Pasternak, again, you held the item as the local councillor. You can go first.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, I do have a motion that's, I believe the clerk has. Oh, there we go. Okay. It's on the screen. So what this is asking council to do is accept a settlement, make a settlement offer to allow for overnight stays, short-term overnight stays at this site. This is not a drastic rezoning or land use conversion that's being asked of here. The lands would remain under general employment designation. It would be bound to site-specific exceptions. There would be very hard restrictions on its use. It could not be used for condominiums or townhomes. It would be for short-term medical recovery. If Toronto is really to be a city of the future and not of the past, then it must look to the fastest growing industry out there, and that is healthcare. And it is estimated that should overnight stays be allowed, overnight recovery stays on this site, you could create up to 780 new jobs. Now, I've seen some of these employment lands and what's there, and they are massive warehouses with a couple of security guards, and a truck pulls up, a few times a day, they take their packages and they go. That's not economic activity. That is not growth. This is growth. These are fine, high-paying, forward-looking jobs that are vital to saving lives and keeping people healthy. The York Finch Hospital is in employment areas. On these lands, you could build a hotel so people could go on vacation, sit around the pool, have a jacuzzi, have a nice dinner, and they can be on these lands. That's permitted now, but not overnight stays. This facility is a remarkable medical shopping center. It's 95% covered by OHIP. It services people throughout the GTA doing state-of-the-art medical interventions and therapies and support. It sees up to 1,500 patients a day, and it is truly one of the great gems in the city. We have precedents where we've allowed residential in employment areas. The recently adopted Keel Finch Plus secondary plan will introduce residential zones right next to general and core employment areas. The proposal for the Champagne 2 Drive could then be considered as a significantly lesser impact than nearby employment zones, as it does not propose any residential, only employment uses. In the course of this discussion, you will hear about the role of North York General Hospital. And I have in front of me a letter by former President CEO Joshua Tepper, who confirms a 20-year lease with the Champagne Center to supply a number of services.
Councillor, we do not, staff informed me that we do not know if that is a public letter. We do not have the, in fact, as far as we know, it is a confidential letter. So you can't read it in the public session?
Okay, I will simply say that to the best of my knowledge, there was a 20-year lease between North York General Hospital and the Champagne Center to offer a number of medical services. This was a vital move forward to replace the closed Branson Urgent Care Center, and has helped thousands of people across the region. You're going to hear a little bit about overnight stays and discharging from hospital same day. You're going to hear probably one of the speakers talk about that. Well, I can tell you, the studies show that the early discharge of patients from hospitals before they are fully recovered from even minor procedure spikes the readmission rate and puts more pressure on our hospitals. You might even hear in this discussion a reference to Women's College Hospital that wants you in the morning and out by the afternoon. Well, I could tell you, as a former patient of Women's College Hospital, where I had surgery and complications, it was vital that I stay an extra couple of days because of those complications. I can speak firsthand about that. And it is very important to realize that at the height of the pandemic, and I quote from Adelston Brown, who's the co-chair of the Ontario COVID-19 Science Table, our healthcare system is no longer functioning. The most recent healthcare data released by the group shows that more than 257,000 surgeries have been postponed since the part of the pandemic, with nearly 10,000 of those being added in April. Well, if you were one of those families, you would want the Champagne Center to be a full-service medical facility with a little bit of wiggle room in its usage to allow for overnight stays so people can recover, so that we can be a city of the future and that we can save lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I have myself down next to speak, and I will set my timer. Councillors, I have a motion that I think clerks are putting on the screen, to amend the confidential instructions attached to motion number 1 by Councillor Pasternak in accordance with the confidential instructions to staff and the confidential attachment to this motion. And City Council authorize the public release of the amended instructions. That's after you vote for it. Councillors, I won't veer beyond the comments that Councillor Pasternak made. In fact, I almost don't need to make them because Councillor Pasternak has told you what I'm going to say. We're not talking about ending 720 jobs if you adopt my amendment. We're not talking about refusing this application. We're not talking about any of that. We're talking about removing one thing, one little thing, that is a sensitive use in an industrial area, propane tank, plants, etc., those types of things. One sensitive use, overnight stays. Does that throw the entire health system into flux? No, it does not. Yes, many surgeries were canceled throughout the pandemic. First of all, they were canceled because it was not even clear whether or not that medical staff were even safe being in an operating room, opening someone up. It wasn't clear what the transmission details were, so surgeries were canceled immediately, other than urgent cancer surgeries. Eventually, protocols came in and some began to resume. Then we got into a very dangerous third wave and some were canceled again. Yes, that is true. But we do believe that we are beyond that now. We hear that from our own Dr. Davila. And now we're into medical science as it used to be. And medical science as it used to be understands that where we used to think the more time people spent in a hospital, the better off they would be, we now understand that if they have support, then going home often speeds recovery. We have a hospital right up the street from us. And yes, Councillor Pasternak, I'm going to use the example of WCH, Women's College Hospital, one of the most respected hospitals in the country, doing surgeries far more complex than are quoted here. And yet everyone does go home between the hours of 4 and 6. When there are complications, and I can honestly tell you, because I'm a family member who works there, that happens in the magnitude of a few times a year, not even a few times a month, because the person I'm related to is the person in charge of dealing with the person who's not ready to go home at 6 o'clock. And so it happens rarely, and when it does, there are hospitals nearby, just as there is for 2 Champagne Drive. York, Finch, and Branson are right there. Councillors, the medical system is changing, and so there is no reason really to allow this sensitive use. You're not canceling a gorgeous, giant employment center medical mall by removing the sensitive use. You're simply saying, no, you'll have to send them to an actual hospital if they need to stay overnight. That's all you're saying, basically. And in supporting this amendment, you are supporting the chief planner, the planning department. And that's what we generally do. The only time we don't do that is when we have a real and true legitimate reason. And I'm sorry, but I just haven't heard it here. Knowing what I know about the application, the institutions mentioned in camera, knowing what I know, we don't need to do that. There will still be 700 of the best people in the health system able to work here in this building if my amendment is supported. You're not stopping those jobs. So those are my comments, and my amendment stands for itself. Thank you, councillors. Oh, I have a question. Councillor Perruzza? Sorry,
Yeah, you do. I do have a question.
Councillor
so you're,
Perruzza, one second. I haven't started your time yet. I only see a couple here. Councillors, can I have a motion to extend to complete this item? I think that would be great because then we could have lunch and the speaker could be back in the chair afterwards. Motion to extend. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Okay, all in favor? The motion is on your terminals. Opposed? That is carried. Okay. Okay, Councillor Perruzza, I'll start your time now.
I just want to better understand your motion. So your motion, in effect, would prevent people seeking medical services to stay overnight at this facility, correct?
Yeah, it would preclude them staying overnight at this facility. Doesn't preclude them getting treatment.
So you're aware that they have a sleep apnea clinic here at this facility?
Oh, that's interesting. My husband has sleep apnea. He's many times had treatment for sleep apnea.
Perfect. Okay, so let me just make you aware that they have a sleep apnea clinic. So essentially, if someone has a sleeping disorder and wants to attend this clinic for treatment, your motion would bar them from being able to stay overnight under observation to figure out what's wrong, to treat them, to effectively treat them. That's what your motion would do. Why would you do that?
Well, I guess it would be the same as it is in Scarborough. Where my husband's sleep apnea doctor is in a doctor's office medical building, and the place where you sleep overnight and are monitored with sensors all over you and stuff is what Scarborough Gen.
Scarborough Gem, yeah. But your motion would prevent a person who needs that type of medical treatment
from getting it in this building, yes.
From getting it in this building. And I ask you the question again, why?
Well, they can see their doctor
there.
Why
would you do that?
But the reason why is because they can see their doctor there. There can be 1 million doctor's offices in this building, and I gather that there are quite a few. But a sleep overnight clinic would be in an area where we have zoned overnight medical stays, and this would not be one of them for all the reasons that the chief planner has already explained.
Okay, so I understand the chief planner's reasons. They're afraid that it would be converted to residential. I understand his, but if, for example, they were to, offer up a covenant, a restrictive covenant to prevent that conversion, which is much stronger than a bylaw or our review, by the way. I think you know that. Then let me ask you the question again. Why would you prevent that person from being able to get that treatment, given that you could do it in a way that would prevent conversion to residential?
My reasons are exactly the same as the chief planners. And so I guess what I'm saying is I don't have a problem if the people here have to receive their treatment the same way people do that I know of in Scarborough.
Yeah, I don't understand why you would,
because I'll tell you why. If you want the why, because it wasn't any problem to do that in Scarborough.
Where in Scarborough?
Well, the doctor's office, I can't remember the address, but I think you know where Scarborough General Hospital is, although that's on the far east side of town.
More often than not, doctor's offices are in employment districts. Is that in an employment district in Scarborough?
Yes, the doctor's office was in an employment district. I remember taking my husband there and saying, oh, this is the place where we came to buy our flooring. And then for the overnight stay, he was at Scarborough General Hospital, which is not in an employment zone.
So Scarborough General Hospital.
We're really off base of the item now, Councillor, but I'm trying to entertain your questions.
Are you aware that York Finch Hospital is in an employment district, and they have overnight stay?
Councillor, I am, but I'm really struggling to understand how these are clarifications of my motion. We've ventured into the personal, and I've entertained as much as I can. But I'm aware of the addresses of every hospital in the city.
Shelley, I'm trying to understand
Yeah,
your
Counselor, you're a
motivation
minute over your
or
time. It's 3 minutes to question. Thank you.
Perfect.
Counselor
Okay, no worries.
Pasternak,
Thanks.
questions of the mover?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my head around this whole idea that a hotel can be there and you can stay a week in the jacuzzi, in the dining room. You can have a school there and have adult learners sitting there all week. You can have the York Finch Hospital operate in employment lands as well, places of worship. But when it comes to minimizing the risk of complications from elective surgery or minor procedures, you feel we should just package people and send them home? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I feel that we should follow medical science, and that is where they're going. But Counselor, I can't speak to why a hotel is allowed and a medical use is not, beyond what the chief planner has already more than adequately explained. And I agree with him, so I moved the amendment.
The chief planner handles planning matters. The medical science is indicating that early discharge from hospital leads to complications from surgery, and readmission rates go up the earlier you readmit people. Is that the science we should be following?
Counselor, that is true of some surgeries, and that's why those surgeries happen in full-fledged hospitals. This is not an application for a fully fledged hospital. And that is true of some surgeries. But what is also a fact of medical science is that for minor surgeries, the move to day surgeries is because what we know is that risk of infection, mental health impacts, and indeed recovery are all improved if the patient has supports by going home. When the patient is interviewed about a surgical procedure, one of the first questions they're asked is, when you're sent home, who is going to be supporting you? And the doctors make decisions based on that. So if someone was having, for instance, a knee replacement in the city of Toronto, there is a groundbreaking procedure that you can have in a day surgery hospital and go home by 4 o'clock. But if you say, I'm a single, aged man and I have no supports whatsoever, they'd be inclined to check you into a hospital where you could stay for 2 nights.
All right. Are you aware that people sometimes come to this facility hours and hours away in other towns and cities across Ontario, and that they need the overnight stay because the treatment is given over 2 or 3, maybe 4 or 5 consecutive days? You can't send them back up to, to Sudbury or North Bay or Kingston, or you can't make them drive back and forth like that. Are you aware that that's what this medical facility, one of the services that this medical facility offers?
So that's 3 minutes. So that was your last question. And I will answer it this way, Councillor. I'm once again going back to that nationally respected example. One of the services that Women's College Hospital offers is helping all of its patients. You would be gobsmacked at how many people come from all over Ontario for their highly specialized set of surgical procedures. And one of the services that WCH offers is helping those patients arrange their hotel rooms, which are often covered either by insurance or OHIP, and then they're able to be there with their support when they check out at 4 o'clock. Those are your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
That
you.
was
I am
your
a
last
patient
question.
of
You asked
Women's
it at
College.
exactly
Thank you.
3 minutes.
Thank you very much for telling me what happened.
Thank you. Those are my last questions of the mover. Moving on, the last speaker I have is Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. Yeah, this discussion has been alarmingly turned upside down into a discussion about healthcare. That's not what's before us. This could be a great idea. Lots of people have great ideas. The point is that this isn't the right place to do it. We don't do our planning based on somebody's good idea. Otherwise, we'd fill our employment lands with people with good ideas that are contrary to our policies to preserve employment land. Or if we just did it on what's needed, you'd say, well, let's fill them up with childcare centers because they're needed. This is a planning issue. It's a report from the chief planner saying, don't allow this here, not don't allow it somewhere else. Don't allow this here because you will undermine our efforts to retain employment lands, and we could shoot ourselves in the foot as far as trying to retain sufficient areas to create all types of employment in the city. If somebody has a great idea for a medical use, please go ahead and do it. Just do it in a place where that's allowed. Go purchase property where you can do that. Talk to planning staff, talk to staff from economic development, and away you go. This is a planning issue. We have a report from the chief planner saying, don't do this. Councillor Carroll's motion is basically saying, accept the advice of our chief planner, which is what we should be doing on a planning issue. And everything else is irrelevant.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Fletcher.
I'm just going to be really quick. And the way that Councillor Filion has placed that, I think it's confusing. The chief planner isn't saying don't do this, which is the project, because the chief planner is saying do the project. Just don't, from a planning perspective, just don't do this sliver. Remove this sliver, and the project is a fantastic project. So it's kind of being painted that, you know, the whole project is up in the air. No, the little sliver is up in the air, and the rest of the project is 20 green lights. So I just think we should, I agree with Councillor Filion. It is a planning matter. We're getting advice from the chief planner. The advice is not to kill the project. The advice is to proceed with the project with the surgical removal of a small sliver. And I'll leave it at that as a medical metaphor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Perruzza?
Yeah, that's a bit confusing, actually. So that is the project, Paula. The project is the overnight stay. There is no other element to the proposal that we have in front of us. So in council, look, go do this where the zoning permits. The reality is we have no zonings across the city that permit this. You have hospitals and employment districts. Think of like a hospital. This is a hospital with an overnight stay, someone being taken care of physically, mentally, okay? It's a healthcare issue. So there is no zoning for a hospital. I mean, I guess we call them institutional, but you can put them anywhere. They're in employment districts, they're in residential neighborhoods, they're everywhere else. So there is no single designation following that logic that would permit this use. You would need to change the rules somewhere to permit it. If you brought it into a residential area, you say, oh, this generates way too much traffic and it's disruptive and this is the noisy operation and you shouldn't do it next to where I live and sleep. That's not what's before us. And I just want to clear up something else that our chief planner has talked about. And he says that at Kill and Finch, for example, we continued a use that was in the official plan, a residential use. That's in part true. There was an official plan amendment that the new city's official plan permitted, which the old city of North York bylaw did not. But the early iterations of that study had taken residential out, and they, meaning the planners, brought residential back in, and now he uses the word continue. I got it, it's language. But that's what occurred there, and there's a sensitive use there as well. Look, this was an empty plant. A creative idea was developed to bring lots and lots of really good paying jobs into an employment district. The notion of a medical mall was developed. Sure, this site, if you just let it go, it would have been a lot of used cars, because that's what happens here. I represented this area for years and years and years up until the last election. I organized the BIA in this district because there were lots of empty plants that were being used for like mostly storage with nothing in them. The highest number of applications I received over the lifetime that I was here was for churches, because you can put in a used car lot as of right. You just go to you just do it. You didn't have to come from permission. But the only permissions I was asked for was churches, because then you needed to go to Committee of Adjustment for a zoning change. So lots and lots of churches in these empty buildings. I don't know how many jobs a church creates, but not very many. So this was an excellent way to create a great deal of jobs in an area that wouldn't have had those jobs. And if you follow the logic of planning and the logic of some of the other councillors, they're basically saying, prevent this natural evolution of this medical park, prevent its next phase. You know, and Councillor Thompson said it way better than I could ever say it. He used all those business words, you know, innovation, new ideas, job creation, higher added value jobs, and all of those things. And that's getting lost in this debate in an employment district. Why prevent and stop that evolution from taking place when you have the means? And what planning is really worried about, and you all know it, is a conversion to residential. You have the biggest land use tool at your disposal, i.e. covenants, to prevent that, much better than any bylaw or any vote you could ever take here at council. Much more difficult to change as a land use tool to prevent that from taking place. And we're just fuddling around with it. You know, sort of, you know, trying to confuse the issue. Please vote against Shelley Carroll's motion. It's a poison pill. Vote for Councillor Pasternak's motion, and let's have a vibrant, healthy employment district that's creating jobs. Good jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Those are all the speakers that I have. So, councillors, we're going to be going to a vote on this item. Okay, so my motion goes first. I'm going to ask for a recorded vote. No, I brought it. Oops, sorry.
Members, just stand by as we ready the vote. We're just changing the chairs in the system.
Members, a reminder, if you have voted, you should have your camera on.
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, motion 2 does not carry. The vote is 6-16.
Okay, and Councillor Pasternak's item is the item, I believe, by moving Councillor Pasternak's motion. Recorded vote.
Speaker, motion 1 carries. The vote is 16-5.
Okay, councillors, we're going to recess for lunch. I'm just going to say before we recess for lunch, this is the first time I've been in this chair since the pandemic began. And so I have to say right now, mad respect for the speaker and the center table. Sit in front of your cameras while you're voting. That's why we wait so long to hear the results of recorded votes. Check your email if you submit a motion, answer your emails. I have learned that those are the things we can do to help these guys. And I'll hand this back to the speaker after lunch. We're in recess. Thank you.
Till when?
Okay, this meeting is now resumed. Members, are there any release of holds? Please put your name on the list.
Oh, yeah.
Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Speaker, I can release the, sorry, I just said it to clerks now. Oh, PH 25.16, East Harbor Transit Oriented Communities Proposal with a motion regarding the public consultation by the developer.
Okay, this is on PH 2516. The amendment is on the screen by Councillor Fletcher. All in favor of the amendment? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Are there any further releases?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Minawang.
MM 3519. This is on taking action to protect tenants from extreme heat.
Yes?
I have an amendment.
Okay,
Staff, I think,
This may not be quick then, Madam Speaker. It's Councillor Wong Tam.
I'll just show it and then, the councillor can look at it and tell me if it can be quick or not. I don't think it's controversial, but who knows?
Famous last words.
well, can we advance?
The clerk has it.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor, can we?
All right, you can advance
circu-
circulate it. Can I try it? I'd like to present it now to see if we can get rid of it. Otherwise, it can be advanced circulated.
Okay, can we just put it on
Advanced
this?
circulation sounds good.
Okay, can we just put it on
Advanced
the
circulate,
screen?
please.
Oh,
Yes, thank you. So this is doing two things. Pardon me? The first thing is to find out what the costs are. And
This
whether
doesn't sound
can be-
quick.
Whether this will be, I'm sorry, I'm going to finish, please. Madam Chair, I know Kristen Wong-Tam would like to interrupt me, but that's not parliamentary.
okay,
So the first piece is to look at the cost. The second piece is to see if whether that's going to be charged back to tenants. The third piece is to see how much it's going to cost at Toronto Housing to implement this. And the fourth piece is to tell everyone who's involved and who's going to have to pay for this so that they can be invited to participate in the conversation. So you
Okay,
can advance circulate it now.
okay, we'll advance circulate it. Thank you. Are there any further quick releases? Okay, and members of council, I will be cutting off any further motions that come forward, members' motions, so no more motions, member motions coming forward.
Speaker, I think I got mine in before that.
Yes, but
My
I
last
just
one.
want
Did I?
to.
Okay.
Yes,
Just
I
making
just,
sure. It's okay.
I
Got
just
it.
want
Thank you.
members of council to know that we will not be accepting any further members' motions. Okay, Councillor Fletcher, your motion is on the screen. If you
Yes.
can introduce it, please.
Yes, it's just to have it's one of these little fixes for part of our CAF ATO program, and this is our last chance, so thank you for that.
Okay, all in favor, carried. So members of council, there are no more, you don't have any quick releases at all? All right.
I'd quick release that motion, but I don't think I can.
No, we can't because we just introduced it. But there are any other further quick releases? All right. So we'll go to the top of the order paper. Audit Committee, AU 9.6. We did go in camera on the item, so we're in the public session now. So Councillor Wong-Tam, did you just want to move the report?
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker. I have no further questions. I asked my questions in closed session. Sorry, before, I just want to say a few words, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I know we're in a rush to finish the agenda, but I wanted to also thank the Auditor General for her report, because her report is not simply one item. It's obviously a summary of all the outstanding work that has been done, and it also includes the work that was completed. For members of council, there were 516 audit recommendations. A good chunk of it was completed. 346 still remain outstanding. I think it's been organized in a way that actually allows the divisional heads to carry about their continued work that's already on their work plan, but also to make sure that that divisions are held accountable to the city from a perspective of looking for savings, ensuring health and safety, and just smooth operations. Oftentimes we drill down on some of the more iconic files, the ones that seem to catch the media headline. But I think that this report in particular just showcases the breadth of all that the AG's office is doing, and the fact that she has to do this work, like we all have had to do under the COVID environment. Is every single division on track? She has stated in her response that she's mostly satisfied, and I think that we should be encouraged with that response. But I think she's also the right person to also keep her eye on the ball. And I want to thank the division heads who are working collaboratively with the AG, because I know that system change is difficult. Making sure that that measurements are recorded and that key performance indicators are met are critical. But the divisional heads and all the staff that work under the divisional leaders are all working together to make sure that the AG gets everything she needs in order to have her do her job. And so the process of reporting and the online tracking mechanism that she's put into place is really monitoring every single transaction across the city. And if you can imagine, that is no small feat. So I just want to take this moment to say thank you to our Auditor General and to the incredible team of auditors that work with her. Thank you to all the divisional heads who are trying to meet the obligations that she has set forward. And I just want to say that it's much appreciated work. And even those reports that don't make it to the media headline, it's still there, and this is a great record of all that has been accomplished and all that will be accomplished in the months and years ahead. Thank you very much.
On the item, all in favor, carried. AU 9.13. We dealt with it in camera this morning. Now we're in the public session. City needs to improve software license. Councillor Fillion, did you want to speak? You held the item down.
Yes, and I have a motion.
Motion on the screen.
So the motion is to ask the Auditor General to look into this further. What we do know is that going back for 10 years, there have been concern about the software licensing use not being properly monitored by the city staff. During that time, we have twice had to pay a penalty for not doing so. The first time, the penalty was exactly $500,000, which is and this was several years ago, so people who are not here now probably involved in this, but it was $500,000, which had it been $1 more, it would have had to be reported out to committee. So just kind of a number that kind of raises some concerns just in itself. And then more recently, last year, another settlement, which is completely unclear what that is costing the city. So when we make mistakes, that we all make mistakes, but that needs to be reported out in a way so that whatever caused the mistakes can be corrected. In this case, it wasn't reported out for reasons which may be valid or not. And the only reason that we have this report before us on tightening up processes is because because of a whistleblower's complaint that came to the attention of the Auditor General. So this is just to look into this further and, in the interests of transparency and accountability, to find out what happened here and the extent to which it was an appropriate way of dealing with this issue.
Okay. Councillor Holliday.
Thank you, Speaker. I just would like to move the supplementary report from the Auditor General. I should, to be precise, the recommendations therein. And I am in your hands, Madam Speaker. The supplementary report from staff does not appear to have a recommendation unless I'm missing it, even if it's to receive. So I'm not sure how Council disposes of that item, but if there's a motion necessary, I'm pleased to place it. And I will just briefly comment to thank the Auditor General and staff and everyone with collective effort on this. Councillor Fillion is right to point out that this came to everyone's attention as the result of a complaint made, and that really shows that the system works. I know we may not have had extensive public consultation, public discussion on this as a council, but I think it's safe to say in camera that there was an enormous amount of work done. And it did capture the interest of many people. And I think the recommendations, and in particular in the auditor's original report, and in particular the supplemental report, are very helpful outcomes to those conversations, and shows that council is interested in these type of financial transactions or other transactions, and has an appetite to monitor them. Thank you.
Okay, on Councillor Fillion's motion. Okay. Councillor Fillion's motion is on the screen. On favor? Carried. Councillor Holliday? On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. AU 9.16, response to City Council's request for an audit of affordable replacement rental units. Councillor Matlow held the item down. Do you have questions to staff, Councillor Matlow?
I do. Tell me when you're ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. So the recommendation would see planning staff, the planning division, undertake the investigation into whether or not approved affordable replacement units are in fact being used by those who need them. To planning staff, will somebody be personally checking like a number of units or kind of representative units, or will it be random? How is it that planning, to say it simply, the auditor has, an investigation unit, this is what they do. Planning staff are remarkable at planning, but I don't know that they are like, investigators in this way. So what mechanism will they be using to investigate, looking backwards into whether or not the replacement units that we've approved in the past are in fact being used by those who legitimately need them?
Through the speaker, thank you for the question, Councillor Matlow. So planning staff are, as you point out, undertaking research. We're actually looking at 31 projects, I believe, between 2015 and 2020, representing approximately 1,200 rental units. So that's kind of primary research in terms of collecting the information, digging it out, so to speak. We'll be consulting with both legal and the Auditor General. I would anticipate certainly presenting them with what we find in the first instance and getting their guidance on how to proceed with the information once we've assembled that research. As you point out, we're not, forensic investigators, so I would anticipate that we'll be relying on the Auditor General's advice in that regard, and maybe she can speak to that more specifically.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Yes.
Sure. The first stage is really to gather the information so we can review it. So city planning has to do that work anyway, even if we were conducting any investigation. So they're doing that and taking a first look at it, but we will be engaged, or if they get stalled or if there's trouble, to look at the agreements to see what was required, whether there was compliance, and then keep moving back to see what should have been done, and then move forward to see what can be done in the future.
What I don't really understand about this setup is, like, why wouldn't you want people who have the knowledge and expertise and acumen with respect to a forensic audit or investigations or Magnum PI, like somebody who can go and do this work with the expertise that's needed, rather than the planning division that, if anything, and this is from what I observe, maybe doing some sort of research, but not be able to get into perhaps some of the potential wrongdoing that has been demonstrated, clearly demonstrated by at least one city-related agency in our recent past. Why wouldn't you choose that rather than the planners to do this?
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. The first stage is to gather the agreements together, and that is what planning is doing. And we're looking with legal at the clauses within the agreement. The second stage is then to move into the more forensic mode. So planning is gathering what they need and what they should have in place, but really didn't have the records together. So we're giving them the time to gather that and to look at it first, and then we're in consultation with them, and then we move to stage 2. So the first stage is really for planning to gather the information for us, and that's the same as any audit or any investigative work that we do. We allow the organization to get the information together, and then we become engaged.
Could you describe stage 2? Like, what does it mean by so when they collect the information, what do you do with it?
It's a very iterative approach. We will review the agreements to see what would be required by the agreements that the city had with the developers. And then if there is, at that stage, something that should have been done, we can look to the next stage to see if that was done. So we go backwards like peeling an onion. The first layer is get the information. The next layer is to see what should have been done. The next layer is there compliance with that? The next layer is, really testing that to see if actually the right things were done.
Thank you. That's your
last.
last.
Okay,
That was your last question. Okay. Speakers, Councillor Matlow. Did you want to speak, Councillor Matlow?
Yeah, no. The only reason I paused is that I have a motion that I've been considering moving to ask the AG to do this work, and I think I am going to move it, but I'm going to just explain why, and then let's have a discussion. Would you mind putting that up on the screen?
Do you have Councillor Matlow's motion? On AU 9.16.
We sent it yesterday.
We don't have it.
I don't know why it was sent in.
If you can resend it to the staff, and we'll hold the item down.
Okay, I just got to confirm that it was sent, but I'm going to ask my staff to resend it.
Our next item, moving along, is GL 2414, Downsview East Lands. Councillor Perruzza, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
You know what, Speaker? I'm okay with that. I can release it. I can let it go unless anybody else has any questions.
Okay, Councillor Perruzza is releasing GL 2414. All in favor? Carried. Our next item is IE 23.6, Water Users Consultation on Water Fees. Councillor Layton, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
I do, yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Okay.
We could just give Lou a second to get on. The original recommendations for an administrative fee and a variable stormwater fee were first made in 2013 by staff. Why is this report not listed in the history section of this 2021 report?
We picked up where we left off on the 2017 report that we brought forward. So we didn't go back to the entire decision history, but we do reference the 2013 report in the 2017 report. So we didn't list an extensive decision history, but it doesn't.
I would note that you do list a 2011 report, but missing the 2013 report. And I'm going to remind people the subject of that. In your 2013 report, why did you recommend a variable stormwater fee?
So if I recall, what we did back then is we came forward to council in a couple of steps in 2 or 3 different reports, trying to get direction from council to see what led to the more detailed 2017 report. That's why we did it in steps. The first thing was getting clarification on was council interested in looking at a citywide stormwater charge? And the answer was yes, but go do more homework. We then came back in 2013 where we needed to specifically say, here's the framework.
Specifically in the 2013.
Councillor Layton, please.
I'm sorry, it's breaking up. It's breaking up, so I think his answer's over. So that's why.
Okay, please be respectful to staff and allow staff to answer the question. Okay, Councillor Layton, your next question.
There's a reason the 2013 report says a reason why you're recommending a variable stormwater fee. It was because of equity, because people weren't treated fairly, correct?
Correct. So when we came forward at that time, what we put in front of council after we got direction to proceed with more detailed review, it was, here's a framework that we want council to endorse in principle. So we could go away and do the detailed consultation and homework. And that framework that we proposed and recommended was one of creating a separate stormwater charge. So therefore, the cost of providing the stormwater services that we do would be more reflective of how you receive the service. Because right now, the way you pay for stormwater is by how much water you use that goes through your water meter. And the service is unrelated to the way we charge. That was the basis for that.
So essentially, you list equity as an issue, and that's because large properties that use only a little bit of water, like parking lots, pay very little or nothing for the stormwater they generate. And manufacturing, for instance, pays a lot more than the stormwater management than they generate. Correct? Yes or no?
Yes, those would be the extreme examples. If you just summarize it, if you have a smaller lot with large consumption, you will see variances. And if you have a large lot with small consumption, you may be underpaying in the model.
Okay.
So for stormwater services, just so we're clear.
Yeah. In 2017, you recommended a phased-in approach over 4 years. Yes?
Yes, correct.
In 2017, there was a handful of municipalities that did stormwater management fees in Canada. There are many more now, right?
Yes, many more municipalities across North America have been adopting it.
Has the technology changed to address some of the challenges you outlined in 2017?
Yes, there have been improvements in geographic information systems and LiDAR technologies. We haven't yet tested them, but we have been tracking it. And of course, there's been technology improvements along the way.
Does stormwater contribute to water pollution in Lake Ontario?
Absolutely, in our city, in particular, all parts of the city, because we have separated systems that do pollute our creeks.
Does stormwater contribute to basement flooding in Toronto?
Yes, it does. The quantity does.
Is it safe to say the reason you're not recommending a variable stormwater fee for all property classes in this report is because the executive committee received your report in 2017 and told you to take no further action?
Well, that's what occurred in 2017. The reason I'm reporting now in this report is council had directed me to look at a defined set of consultation, which included primarily the industrial and commercial classes, of which this report is about. So I had council direction to look at a defined class, and therefore that's why we came back and reported that we don't believe a defined class system works, and we're not recommending it in this report. I'm reporting because...
But what was recommended in 2017 was for all classes.
In 2017, I was following the council direction given to me prior to that, which was a citywide review.
But that council direction came from a recommendation from city staff, from you, in 2013.
Yes, as I said, we brought it in succession to make sure council was endorsing our work plan and the framework of the fee that we eventually brought forward in 2017.
I'm just trying to, the original genesis for the stormwater fee was staff, not politicians.
Councillor Lane, that was your last question. Thank you.
I
Councillor
quickly answered.
Perks?
It was a...
Councillor Perks, you're next.
Thank you. Could you just quickly answer Councillor Layton's last question?
So it was actually, it arose during a budget deliberation, and we had reported at budget time that we had to remove about $1 billion out of Toronto Water's capital program, and we were asked by that committee and council to look at funding arrangements to restore funding for other flow projects. That's what precipitated the review.
Thank you, Councillor Perks.
Sorry, I'm getting a terrible echo from the chamber or something. Could you restart my time?
I did, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Speaker. Oh, it's back.
I can hear you. I'm getting the echo too. Same as Councillor Perks.
Is there something wrong with this? I can't make anything out here. Can I try again?
I can hear you, Councillor.
Go ahead, Councillor Perks.
Okay, maybe I'll restart my clock. In 2017, the staff report you provided estimated a percentage for how much we could reduce the water rate that we charge people. Was that percentage 14?
That percentage was roughly about 20%. We had
20%. Thank you.
20%.
Okay, great. Now I know. And in that same report, you found that a majority of the households who are currently paying the water rate would save money if we brought in this change, correct?
That's correct, based on the
Thank you.
7-tiered structure that we put in place.
According to your report, the highest 10% of household water users, 93% of those, regardless of their property size, would save money on their bills, correct?
That's correct.
You found that apartment buildings and condominium buildings would save money as well.
Yes, they would be one of the largest categories of savings, yes.
You also found that most industrial and commercial properties would also save money, a majority of them, correct?
It was a, yes, based on the tier that we, yes.
And did you also find that only 4% of industrial properties would see a significant increase, and 7% would see a significant decrease, correct? Thank you
That's
so
correct.
much, Mr. DiGeronimo.
Thank you. Councillor Holliday, questions?
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Speaker, through you to Mr. DiGeronimo. Back in the 2017 report, what was the concept on how storm charges would be apportioned? And I'm going to say specifically on residential. That's the easiest example to go through.
Specifically on residential, what we did is we broke the city down into 4 categories, residential being one, multi-res another, ICI or institutional, commercial, and industrial another, and then large properties, those properties over a hectare. We then did an analysis of the city using some GIS technology to calculate a percentage of impervious pavement within each of those categories. And then we refined it to create tiers that replicated kind of like property lot sizes, and then calculated the average impervious pavement for each of those tiers within the category. So for the residential specifically, they represent about 38% of impervious pavement across the city. We took the cost, 38% of the costs, attributed to that category, and then we took the average impervious calculation for each of those categories and multiplied it by a unit rate, a per meter rate. So extensive analysis to then see what the impacts were across the residential size categories. And we put that in.
But effectively, you created buckets, and in those buckets, it was really governed by lot size. And so
Yes.
I know Councillor Perks was talking about, some people would win, they would pay less, and some people would lose, they would pay more.
Correct.
So if somebody was on a larger lot, 60 by 150, and they had, I don't know, a little 1,200 square foot bungalow, they might lose because they had a big lot, even though it was just a little wee house, and they might be one person in there and not use a lot of water. Is that a fair assumption?
The big challenge with implementing the policy in our city as compared to other cities is that we charge right now based on how much water you have, a variable water rate, as opposed to other jurisdictions where it was flat to begin with on property tax. So you're taking a flat tax, moving it to a charge, and what you have then is variances. So the best example I can give you is if you have a semi-detached home, identical properties. On one side, you have an older couple that's empty nesters and hardly use any water at all. And beside them, a young family, teenagers use lots. When you do the switch on the program, the one side, the empty nesters, may actually end up paying a little bit more on an aggregate basis because they don't use much water. So their 20% drop would be as much when you add flat tax on or stormwater. They're paid with that tax, but will get a bigger drop. They save money.
Okay.
Explaining it to people.
I understand, but the last sort of question or point I wanted to ask you about was, and you have to forgive me, Madam Speaker, I'm getting that little spinning wheel here, so I don't know if you can't hear me or if we can't hear Mr. DiGeronimo. But my last question is,
I can hear you.
Great. Is it fair to say if I don't have a storm connection to my house, I don't even have a storm sewer on the street. Not all properties actually even produce storm water. It's completely different when you have a warehouse or you've got a property in downtown Toronto where it is largely paved over and there's no place for the water to go or be absorbed. So those houses with big sort of grassy yards, 1,000 square foot house on it, they might actually be net negative stormwater producers, and yet they might end up having a higher charge. And so is it fair to say that, there's 100 different ways to do this, and somebody comes out ahead and somebody comes out behind, and that's really what the policy making is all about?
That came out in the public consultation that we had when we met with some of the communities that had larger properties and don't even have storm pipes on the streets, yet they are contributing right now to stormwater charges. It became hard to reconcile those. And so that was the public policy friction that we met in the public consultation, and we would still need to address if we move forward with this initiative.
Okay, that was your last question. If I can ask Mr. Geronimo if you can shut off your video because we're having difficulty hearing you. Councillor McKelvey, question?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. How much time, if you were to go out for consultation, do you realistically need to do this in a proper way?
The minimum we would need is about 18 months, because we would like to go out to consult with a broad group of people, from residential, institutional, commercial, and industrial clients. Well, we found it helpful about twice last time as well. We help get the message out and also refine it based on the suggestions we get from our community.
Okay, and on that refinement, I realize that other cities are implementing this, and every city is unique. But I think you've spoken in the past to some of the equity issues that you see associated with this. So, how would you address those through this consultation process?
So I think the key word you said there is every city is unique. That's a finding that we do have, that there is no one way of implementing a stormwater charge. Everybody's had to modify and create and adapt it to fit their local community. So what we would do is listen to some of the concerns that we're hearing about these variances, similar to what Councillor Holiday has described and that some other businesses have described. And we would look at ways of refining the model to get closer and closer to a more accurate description of the impervious pavement of each property. That's how you get to closer and closer equity. The challenge we have is technology wasn't there at the time, and I'm still not sure whether it's here today, to do that for 475,000 properties across the city and do it efficiently. That's another thing that we have to be concerned with, is that we don't create a bureaucracy that costs a lot of money to collect only 20% of our revenue stream. And that was the worry I had back in 2017 as well.
Okay. And then, I've always been, kind of a proponent for maybe having some sort of incentive-based program around this. So people, have incentives to have rain barrels, permeable pavers, all these sorts of different things. What are your recommendations on incentive programs? I know you've not tended to be in favor of it.
So we are highly in favor of incentive programs if you implement such a charge, because you do want to incent the positive behaviors. And it's been proven if you have good rebate systems or incentive programs, you will see that reaction happen. We've seen it with our water efficiency program that we rolled out. So we do support them. I do not support doing just grants or rebates in the present system that we have, because I can't guarantee that any work that they do will remain in place permanently. So it could be an ephemeral savings, essentially. Somebody could put in a rain barrel and take it out 2 years later, and I've lost that benefit.
Okay, so you think that any incentive-based program should be tied with a stormwater charge, I guess, if you put it simply?
Yes, because then you can monitor, track, and people will be incented to keep their improvements in place because they get the reduction if they do that.
Okay, and then my worry around this has always been that people don't understand a stormwater charge or what it is, and it could be akin to bringing in, a cap and trade or a carbon tax before people understand it or are ready for it. So, what, in terms of the programs we already have around stormwater, are there options to improve communications around that? I mean, maybe you can just speak to what you put in the supporting report, which I liked some of those ideas, and we'll be bringing forward a motion around.
Yes, as we were going through our consultation, we do have a robust education campaign around basement flooding, and we've been running that for many years. council's provided us funding to do that. What we found though is that we can reach out now to other programs and get them actually to help sell the message of what you can do around your house to protect it against basement flooding and to help with managing stormwater. So we would love to explore opportunities, working with Better Homes TO, for example. We do have programs already with some of these other groups for lead service replacement and other initiatives. So we are quite open to looking at expanding how they could represent the programs and how we would support them. And that's what we put in the body of the report as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Lou, can you talk about the stormwater plan that we have now? We have a fully funded plan right at the moment. It's not as if we're looking at a new one. Can you talk about, how the stormwater plan works now, presently?
Sure. So the stormwater plan that we have in place is funded by the water rate, and our 10-year capital plan shows a significant increase over that 10-year period for funding for basement flooding programs and wet weather flow programs. Right now, we've got the largest in Canada wet weather flow program tunneling up the Don River right now. So great progress being made on long-term initiatives. Just today, you passed the Fairbanks contract award. That is a significant, the largest basement flooding project that we're building in the city. You just passed that today. So all of that is fully funded, and it's only increasing over the 10-year period. That's where we've had some concerns raised. As that grows, it's who's paying for that amongst our customer classes, but it is funded.
So thank you, appreciate that, because I think that sometimes gets lost when we're looking at moving forward. So we do have something that's fully funded. When you're looking at changes to it, as Councillor Layton had been suggesting and we've looked at in the past, there are pros and cons, there are benefits, there are those who benefit from it and those who don't. Can you talk about, if we look at a new stormwater charge, those who will not benefit from this, I mean, users who could potentially, pay considerably more, and just outline what that would look like?
Yes. So the group that would see the biggest percentage shift on their costs would be large properties with small water users. So an example would be a regional shopping center, for example. Large parking lot. They use a fair bit of water, but not a lot in comparison to their size. And so the shift to them can be quite significant. We documented some of that in this report and in the 2017 report. We were concerned as we were going through consultation, and we heard from those groups that COVID has impacted them quite hard. The retail sector has been hit very hard, and they're unsure of where they're going in the future with online retailing. So we were concerned a bit about implementing or recommending an implementation at this point in time for that sector. They would be the hardest hit. It's quite likely the commercial retail sector. In general, even on the residential ones, this is where Councillor Holiday was asking questions. If you have a property that's larger in size, you could pay more in this model for residential. Same thing with the institutional commercial. If you have a smaller footprint, then you would probably save some money.
So what you're saying is you are not looking at, there's no recommendations here for that, and you wouldn't want to go down that road right now, whether we're consulting for 18 months, just because of the impact of what the pandemic has been doing to, those larger, retailers, that this is probably a really bad time, if anything, to look at that. And we've looked at this in the past. This is not new to us. We have gone down this road before, but the timing of this probably is not, suitable to even consider that at this point, as you've already suggested.
That's correct. We did factor that into our recommendations in this report. We put forward recommendations that we felt were strong, and they were supported by a lot of people during the consultation process. So that's what you see in the recommendations, things we know we can implement and that were supported by a broad group. The other elements where we were concerned, we talk about them in the report, we analyze them, but we were not comfortable recommending at this time. And that's the basis of what you have in front of you.
Okay, thank you very much, Lou.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go to speakers. Councillor, Mayor Tory, questions?
I wanted to make sure, Speaker, thanks very much, that I heard right here. First of all, just going over some of these things. Just can I be clear from Mr. DiGeronimo through you, Speaker? Would the implementation of this stormwater charge allow us to or finance us doing anything extra beyond what we're doing now?
At this point in time, the way we put forward the proposal, it was revenue neutral. It would generate the same amount of money. It would just shift who's paying for it on a different system.
Okay, so when some of the people out there might have an impression that, say, on the subject of basement flooding or the subject of any number of things, including some of the projects you mentioned today that were approved today to move forward with financing, if you did this and consulted on this or did it tomorrow morning, it's not going to speed up or allow for the addition of any additional projects whatsoever to address those issues. The initiatives the city is going to take in those areas are am I not mistaken, fully funded through the 10-year period of our plan.
That's correct. If it's fully funded, and whether we take any action or not on this report, we are not changing our program. That was not what we were looking at. We were just looking at how we allocate the costs of the program and to which customers over the course of that 10-year capital plan. That's what this.
All right, I'll come back to that, but just on this, then on the subject of administration. Well, one thing I want to ask, when you said whether we implemented this or not, so the bottom line is whether we implemented a stormwater charge or not, the program for the next 10 years will not change. The program has been put forward by you as the best answer we have to do as much as we can. And you said this is revenue neutral. So if we implemented this tomorrow morning, it's not going to allow us to do more on by itself. It's not going to allow us to do more on basement flooding or on other issues of that kind.
No, that wasn't what we were studying.
Okay. Now, just on the issue of administrative issues and costs, you talked about the 475,000. And I remember this from the last time we discussed this, the 475,000 and how you go out and develop all these tiers and categories of different people, especially on the residential side that have different kinds of lots and so on. You sort of said back then that you had been concerned about your ability to administer this and the cost of administering it. I mean, have you found a solution to that now, or are you going to have to go out and literally measure or inspect 475,000 properties out there and categorize them and then have some system that's in place back here at City Hall? I mean, I just remember yesterday there was concern expressed by people about the vacant home tax and what the administration would be involved in administering that, which seems to be a lot simpler in many respects than 475,000 properties that have to be categorized. Is this something you've got your head around in terms of how you would be able to administer this?
Well, the short answer is no, I have not found the perfect solution to administer. I do know that there's been improvements in technology as compared to what we looked at back in 2016, 2017. How good that technology changes and how efficient it might be, we have not analyzed. It is not anything that we've done since that point in time. We would have to reanalyze that to reach a conclusion. But I remain concerned if we make this too discrete a program where we are looking at smaller and smaller parcels, then it becomes extremely cumbersome to administer and the costs will go up quite significantly. As I mentioned, it's only going to generate 20% of our revenue stream. It might cost more to capture 20% of this revenue than it costs me to get the other 80%. And I don't want to be in that scenario.
That was precisely my next question, which is it possible, given the complexities of administering this system where you have to go around and categorize these 475,000 properties and all the rest, is it possible that it could end up costing you more if the thing is supposed to be revenue neutral and it costs you more? Then is it possible the city could be taking in less money from this stormwater management charge than could otherwise be the case on a net basis after you subtract the cost?
No, not on a net basis. The income is quite significant that we would be pulling in. It's as a percentage of the calculate the revenue. That's where I'm looking at it, doing the ratio of administration to collect a certain revenue stream. But no, the revenue stream's in the $270 million range. The administration could be in the 11 to $15 million range, depending on how discreet you make it.
Is that basically $15 million we're not spending today?
That's correct. There would
Okay.
be additional
Thank you.
cost.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I have a motion. It's been advance circulated for a couple of days now, so it should come as no surprise. I'll let the clerks put it on the screen, but essentially it's to add back in, the staff are requesting to report out on an administrative fee for, to be associated with the stormwater fee, or with the water fee. And this is to add in, so that at the same time as they're consulting on that, to add in the a variable stormwater fee to be consulted and to report back no later than the second quarter of 2023 to allow for the appropriate time as indicated in the supplemental report. Look, reading the newspaper today, it's hard not to feel the severity of the climate crisis. Deadly heat waves that have led to unprecedented forest fires, more frequent severe storms, and devastating floods. Things are not just inconvenient anymore. We have hit deadly at this point. I'm under no illusion that the City of Toronto enacting a stormwater management fee would solve any of these problems specifically, but it could contribute to building resilience in the City of Toronto and preventing localized basement and infrastructure flooding while adding green infrastructure to cool our city. I'm going to give you 4 reasons I think are compelling to support my motion. One is that staff recommended it originally. Not me, didn't come from Councillor Layton. In 2013, it was recommended because it was, quote, more equitable and fair, making everyone pay their share of stormwater costs. 2, right now, there is no incentive to change behavior, and this proposal could contribute to, proposal would give that incentive and could contribute to reduce flooding and infrastructure in basements and add green infrastructure to cool the city. This, third, this is what many large cities in Canada are doing. In fact, by the dozens. They're moving towards this precisely for the reason listed above. And 4th, Council declared a climate emergency and specifically referred to policies like these unanimously, and now we're backing away from that in the midst of the climate chaos. So to recap, in 2013, a staff report recommended a mixed and a variable stormwater fee because it was a fair approach, as large industrial large industrial lots and parking lots weren't paying their fair share. Yes, you can use, it's complicated. However, there's a stronger correlation between lot size and the water you do use to the runoff you generate. In 2017, after years of consultation with stakeholders, staff recommended a detailed plan for a fixed and variable stormwater charge. There was no mention of all of a sudden this additional fee coming on the city, as was alluded to in the mayor's questioning, in the detailed report from staff. Staff are back again recommending a fixed fee, not a variable fee, only because the executives shelved that idea a couple of years ago. And staff don't feel they have the authority to bring it forward at this stage. The mayor claimed in 2017 that stormwater fee would be like unscrambling an egg. A good metaphor for sure, but he ignored the fact that we've done it many times before. And it leads to more equitable outcomes and encourages people to take action. Removing the solid waste and water from the city budget was that as well. We then further broke down the solid waste budget by adding a large item value, all teasing out these pieces to make it more fair for everyone. The mayor focused his questions today on our capital plan being funded. Yes, it will be, and that's true. But what he missed was that if we provide incentives for through a stormwater fee, that actually gets people to rethink the investments they're making on their property. Large industrial properties and parking lots right now contribute the most to stormwater and pay very, very little. This gives them that incentive. Let's look at the cost. The proposed administrative fee that we're voting on today will cost the average household $37 a year, moving the cost further on to residential properties from those large industrial properties. We're getting more inequitable if we do the one alone, but we completely ignore the other side, this variable fee. The small number of industrial properties are actually currently not paying their fair share, and the administrative fee will reinforce that. If we add a variable component, we will see small properties actually get a reduction in their fees, and large water users get a reduction in their fees if they have a small property, benefiting both residential and commercial properties alike. So we're also ignoring the fact that this will result in water savings for half the population of Toronto that live in apartments and condos. We're leaving them completely out. They stand the most to benefit from this. And you're completely ignoring their needs and focusing on a minuscule number in the population to keep their rates low. Foolish. Councillor Holiday and Crawford mentioned these large properties that they'll pay more, but half of the residents are in apartment buildings and they'll benefit. Half of people in residential properties with the average rate of water consumption will also benefit. In 2013, when staff first recommended the approach, hundreds of cities in the US were doing this, but a small proportion of Canadians. That now has changed. Dozens of Canadian municipalities are pursuing this. Finally, on the climate motion, we stated in our climate emergency motion, exploring all viable and equitable financing mechanisms to adequately finance and encourage climate action and adaptation by the 2021 budget. And yet, several of you are likely to vote against this motion to only consult the community on a proposed staff recommendation that's already been made that had a 4-year phase-in. This won't be implemented for
10 seconds.
years. There is plenty of time to recover. There is no reason to drag our feet here in the midst of the climate crisis that we're currently undergoing. I plead with you, please, let's just go to consultation on this.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, Councillor Holiday, 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thanks. Councillor Layton, are you okay if properties that don't have a stormwater connection get no charge? Like
I
zero?
think if we look at all properties and allow I have no stormwater connection as well on my property. We disconnected our downspouts a long time ago. I understand that we might generate some by the walkway in front of our house, or I guess our garage. That goes directly into the back garden as well. I think we need to look at those incentives, but that's the whole point. Let's give people a reason to disconnect and reduce their stormwater. Right now, they have zero incentive to do so. Our downspout disconnect program, I'm in one of those areas, very few people actually follow it. I would say that, and I'm sure Councillor Bailao and Councillor Kress here in a similar boat, you see those connections that are still made. We need to give people reasons to cut those off.
So you understand that, I can put up a map and I can show you the ditch streets in Ward 2, and like a good chunk of the ward, like there's not even storm sewer pipes under the road. Like there's no storm sewer. There's none. There's nothing to disconnect. It's all handled in the lawn. So you're okay if they get like zero as a charge.
I think if our staff can come up with a way of determining that their contribution to that property's contribution to stormwater is minimal, then their charge should reflect that.
And I know, one of the troubles I had with the last way that we did this, it was just still too simple because there were just so many properties that had large soft landscaping areas that were absorbers of water, and yet they were going to get dinged because of the property size. You're okay if they also get credited as well, as large storm receptors of water. They don't generate anything on a 1,000 square foot bungalow, right?
I think using a tiered system with some kind of way of recognizing what other stormwater management can be put on site is precisely the reason that the stormwater charge is positive. In the same way that if we can encourage parking lots to put green infrastructure in and they can demonstrate that they can reduce their stormwater contributions, then we should give them a credit. The reality is right now, there is no incentive to do that. I want to give people that incentive.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. It's also been pre-circulated. It's at City Council request the General Manager, Toronto Water, to collaborate with the Chief Communications Officer of the TRCA to explore opportunities to improve the sharing of information about stormwater reduction with residents, businesses, and communities, expand web information and social media tips on stormwater diversion, and work with the Director, Environment and Energy to incorporate stormwater reduction information onto the City of Toronto's web pages, such as Better Homes Teal. Residents call me, they want to do more around their property. They want to put in permeable pavers. They want to put in rain gardens. They're not sure where to go, and I struggle on where to send them as a resource for that. So I think that Better Homes TO is intended to be a one-stop shop for climate action initiatives, and I think this certainly falls under that as well. So I think that that page should be expanded to include this information. The other thing is I think we need to help the early adopters, the people that want to manage their stormwater differently, that want to get ahead. I'm a big fan of incentive programs, but I haven't found a way to finance them. But I am going to be supportive of Councillor Layton's motion because I see that that could give us a mechanism where people can start to make changes on their property and then their fee can go down and they can have those savings over time. So I'm looking at it as a way to incentivize residents to make these changes. And through the information sharing we have, the early people can do that. So anyway, I hope you're supportive of my motion.
Okay,
and,
please.
Hopefully Councillor Perruzza is talking about that as well.
Councillor Perruzza, you have your mic on. We can hear you. Sorry, Councillor McKelvey. Go ahead.
It's okay, Madam Speaker. I think I'm done.
Okay. Crawford to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to be supporting Councillor Layton's motion. We have been down this path in the past. And again, number one, do I support, had I supported this in the past? No, I haven't. If anything, this is the absolute wrong time to be doing this. When we're looking at just coming out of a pandemic, when we're looking at the impacts of where and who this could be having, this is the wrong time to be doing it, folks, just on that alone. As the executive director said, they didn't bring recommendations for a new stormwater charging system at all for that very reason. We have a fully funded program. Let's not forget about that. This is about who pays. And who pays are going to be those, larger industrial lots, those larger parking lots who have been impacted greatly by the pandemic. So even on that, I can't be supporting this at this time. And as the questions that the mayor had talked about, when you're looking at how to administer this, there's an $11 to $15 million administrative cost. And the executive director, Lou, has no idea how he's going to administer this at this point. So to even look at moving down this road at this point, I'd rather see him be bringing these recommendations to us in a form, not out of a motion coming out of an amendment to his recommendations. So I can't be supporting this at this point. Thank you.
Okay, let's move this along. Councillor Holiday. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, thank you, Speaker. I will not be supporting Councillor Layton's amendments. I looked at this very closely when it was last brought around. It was an interesting piece of policy. And all you need to do is open up a satellite view of the city of Toronto using the mapping tools and just look at the distribution of asphalt, at the distribution of hard surfaces. And I think what you will find is the yellow belt around the edge of the city is quite pervious, and there's a lot of green there. And the sum of that public policy work foisted responsibility for stormwater charges on the suburbs. And it had to do with the lot sizes. It had to do with the ratio of the size of building to lot. And I don't think that was fair. These are a lot of people that are modest water users and have large green areas of garden, of places that absorb stormwater. They have trees, multiple trees on their properties that soak up this water. And, in an ideal technical world, it would be great to figure all that out and charge people accordingly. We don't have the technology for that. And so the process was simplified. And I think Mr. DiGeronimo and the policy people in water did their best, but it did not help constituents of Etobicoke Centre. It was a net plus. And so I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair to penalize people that are doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cressy.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And I don't presume to be nearly of the policy mind that Councillor McKelvey or Layton are on this subject. But let me simply say that from where I sit and from the news I watch and from just being outside in the last couple of weeks, it's clear that our climate is not only changing, it has changed. And it's in that context that we need to take every step that we need to take every action, that we need to explore every opportunity to increase resilience in our city immediately. And I think what has been proposed here and moved by Councillor Layton and supported by the chair of the committee is the appropriate course. And that's why I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's put the motions on the screen. Councillor Layton's motion, recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, it appears to us you don't have the vote. How do you vote, sir?
Affirmative.
Thank you. Speaker, motion 1 carries. The vote is 13 to 11.
On Councillor McKelvey's motion, Councillor McKelvey, did you want a recorded vote?
That's okay. I think we can do show of hands.
Okay, on Councillor McKelvey's motion, all in favor, carried. Item is amended. Recorded vote.
Just stand by, members. The vote will open in a second. Councillor Perruzza, please. The item is amended. Carries. The vote is 21 to 3.
Thank you. Our next item is IE 20.
Madam Speaker.
Councillor Perruzza?
Speaker, it's Perruzza. Sorry, Speaker, yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry. You know what? The cursor went on top of the 3 and I cast the wrong vote. I apologize.
Don't blame the cursor.
Okay, so can I have a motion to reopen?
I went, yeah, please.
Motion to reopen. Councillor Ainsley, on favor, carried. Okay, let's vote again. Watch that cursor.
The cursor did it again.
The poor worker always blames their tools, Anthony. Hey, Mike? Right.
Mannaggia l'America.
You're not joining in on that. All right.
Monopoly.
Councillor Cressy, please. Councillor Mallow, appears to us you haven't received the votes. Could you state your vote, please?
In support.
Thank you. Speaker, the item is amended. Carries. The vote is 21-2.
Thank you. Our next item is IE 2314, Park Lawn Lakeshore Transportation Master Plan. Councillor Grimes, you held the item down. Do you have questions of staff?
Yes, I do, Madam Speaker. The Chief Planner to start with.
Okay.
Greg on the line?
I am here.
Oh, hi, Greg. So I know you know the area very well. You was a director out the west when I first came in there. The Legion Road extension, would you say that's probably what, a half a kilometer from the Christie sites of Park Lawn Lakeshore, correct?
Yeah, just west of Mimico Creek, yes.
About a half kilometer. So back in 1992, when the secondary plan was contemplated and completed for the area, an EA was soon done after that for the Legion Road in 1998. Is that correct?
Yeah, one in 97, and again, more EA work in 2010, I believe, as the area, especially west of Park Lawn, developed and subsequent OMB decisions. A lot of change in the last 20 years.
So it was always contemplated in the original plan that Legion Road be punched through down to Lakeshore Boulevard.
Yeah, up into Mystic Point, an area known as Mystic Point, where otherwise it's isolated, and you have to go up and around to the Queensway and back down Park Lawn to get to the lake.
Right. So then, fast forward, we lost all that to the board going from Lakeshore up to the QEW. We lost all that, those $3 to the board. That was never in the plan, and we never saw Christie's leaving and that big application for First Capital coming in. This is all after the fact of Legion Road supposed to be punched through, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and 251 Manitoba, which is really on the north side of the tracks, which just got approved last year, we took into account through the planning process that Legion Road is adjacent to that site, that we took that into the plan, that would be punched through and gone under the tracks, correct?
Ultimately, I think we've been anticipating Legion Road, and it's been important to validate that through the current work that Transportation Services has undertaken.
And all things going well with the Christie's application with First Capital, what are we seeing? Probably shovels in the ground in 2023, probably the spring of 2023, summer 2023.
Christie's?
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, certainly they've got a GO station to build, and they've got some prerequisites that they have to get going. So 23, 24, probably, yeah.
Yeah, and nothing can happen, just for my colleagues, nothing can be built until the GO train is funded and approved, correct?
That's right, as well as what we call Street A on the Christie site. So there are important prerequisites for the development on the Christie site.
Right. Thanks, Greg. And Mr. Our City Manager, Chris Murray. Mr. Murray there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Chris. So I had a discussion with you way back. So once the EA was completed for the Legion Road extension, it kind of sat there, and I think I worked with Deputy City Manager John Lilly at the time, and it was put in to be designed, I think it was 18-19, for construction for 21-22, which is right now. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that was held up because of first of all, the storm retention plan that Toronto Water was wanted to put in. So that held it up, correct?
Correct.
And now Toronto Water has taken the storm retention pond out?
Yes, it's not going to affect the road.
Okay. And so what happened to the money, the capital money that our former Deputy City Manager put into the capital? Is that still there?
My understanding is it is still there. within the 10
Okay,
year.
and I know the answer is Chris, but I know you know that, we've not kept up with the growth down there. You've recognized that. I know you've said it in council many times, but and our former Peter Wallace and Joe Penix have all said we've not kept up with the growth there, and with the first capital development coming in. You recognize how important this Legion Road is to the area?
Yeah, it's through the speaker. There's no question in my mind. Yes.
Okay, and you've helped me draft a couple of motions which you're good with today?
Our fingerprints are all over it. Yes, we are.
Great. Those are my questions, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, question?
So the city manager just answered my question, so I'm all good.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a couple of motions. We can put them on the screen. So what it comes down to, I'm just changing one of the recommendations, taking out inclusive and put prioritizing in. And number 3, we're going to take that out and make it prioritizing. As I said before, I know I sound like a broken record, but there's been such an explosion of development down there. We've not kept up with it. You heard me say the former 2 deputy city managers, along with Mr. Roy, recognize that. I know the mayor recognizes that. So it's so important, as Greg Lintern said, our chief planner, before we know it, first cap will be in the ground, and this road will, the way it was sitting before, will be behind that. This is the Park Lawn is the only road to get out of there, going kind of north. It's not really north, and then going eastbound on Lakeshore. So it's so important to take the pressure off Park Lawn Road. You've heard me speak about it time and time again. I had to take the GO station to this council and a little bit of battle on the floor to get that prioritized, to make that happen. If we haven't got that in, I don't know where we'll be with this first capital application, but we've done a great job. Planning's done a great job working with the applicant to make sure that no development will occur without the GO train station being approved and funded, and it's going to run concurrent with the application. And I believe that Legion Road should get back on the books because it was supposed to be built right now. So I don't think we should have to wait 5-6 years. I think this has to run concurrent with the plan at First Capital, and I know our city manager understands the importance. I know the mayor does. So I'm just asking you to support these motions that Mr. Murray's helped me with, and make sure that we're keeping up with the growth down at Park and Lakeshore. And I'm just going to be short in the interest of time, so I'm looking for your support. Thank you.
So on the motion by Councillor Grimes.
Recorded, please.
Recorded vote.
Motion 1 carries. Speaker, unanimously, 20 in favor.
Thank you. Item is amended. On favor? On favor, item is amended. Carried. Thank you. Next item is PH 24.3. Councillor Holiday, you held the item down, modernizing Chapter 489, grass and weeds to streamline process. Councillor Holiday, do you have questions to staff?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry I can't put my name on the list because it isn't quite unlocked yet. It would be to MLS staff, please, if they're available.
Yes, we're here. Myself and Elizabeth are here.
Thank you. Well, I guess my question is simple. This proposes changes to the bylaw that would create a stream for turf grass and a stream for standards for gardens. And my concern, and you can tell me how this would play out under the new proposal, is if a complaint is phoned in by somebody that has neglected their lawn and allowed it to grow too long and allowed tall weeds to grow on it, not uncommon. Bylaw officer shows up to the door, knocks on the door, presents a notice. What stops the resident from saying, well, it's not a lawn, it's a natural garden, so you can't enforce that anymore. The standards are different. And what I'm getting at is use the fact that they don't have to apply for a natural garden exemption anymore, and use that as a way to try to evade the bylaw. Can you tell me how that would be handled?
So through the speaker, we would handle it the same way we would today, which is if there's evidence of a natural garden, the staff will have better education and more guidance, which they don't have today. We are working with Parks Enforcement Horticulture, and they're helping us to develop a vigorous, robust training program so that staff are better equipped to tell the difference between turf grass and a natural garden. So it's not going to change how we do our business today. It's going to provide the officers with better tools and better knowledge to educate both the public and as well as themselves.
Okay, I think what you're telling me though is that it comes down to the bylaw officer making a decision. Though they're going to have to look at it. Somewhere underneath all those weeds is grass, and so therefore I'm going to deem that a lawn, and you need to cut it down to 8 inches.
So through the speaker, since 2012, we haven't had any natural garden appeals go to community council. So that delegated authority was delegated to the executive director in 2012, and we've been able to manage through all of the potential claims of a natural garden exemption. So improving the education is going to help us greatly. However, we also have the support of Parks and Rec, the horticulturalist.
Okay, I mean, I don't want to split hairs too much on it, but in theory, somebody could demand and insist that their lawn is deteriorated so far that they're converting it to a natural garden, right? And it's going to challenge you to try to deal with those situations. Is that fair?
Through the speaker, that's fair to say, and it's a challenge today. But I do believe with the provision or the permission of a natural garden by right, it's going to focus the officers on whether that natural garden contains weeds, which are not permitted. And there is a specified list of weeds, and I will defer to my colleague in Parks and Rec if they want to expand on the weeds and the other types of grasses. But if you don't want to go there, that's fine too.
It's okay. I mean, it's well written out, so thank you. And maybe my last question is, if I wanted to follow up with this in a little bit of time to see how it goes, do you have some good tools and tracking mechanisms to see if we do run into these issues? I mean, the councillors are going to know it because they're going to hear about it.
Yeah.
But are you able to come back with a report and maybe say, no, you know what, no one even bothered to try this. We were able to enforce the turf grass requirements, or we did run into some issues, and here's ideas for improvement. Are you able to do that if I ask you to?
Through the speaker, absolutely, councillor. We can do that for you.
Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, thank you. There's a component here which I don't quite understand. If you can explain it to me, when we're deleting the delegation or changing the delegation to community council, like what's the can you explain that to me? Like what the objectives are? Why we're doing that?
So through the speaker, Councillor Perruzza, in 2012, we removed the exemption appeal process from community council and delegated it to the executive director to reduce the amount of time that these matters were being held at community council and to streamline the process for people who wanted to apply for this. So since 2012, None of these exemptions have been appealed to Community Council, and we've been able to manage them. To date, we have about 108 natural gardens on record. And so the streamlined process would remove that exemption, would remove that entire process so that we would be able to better manage turf garden or turf versus natural gardens.
But I guess what you're saying is we're managing it, the wheel isn't broken.
Yes.
So, but let's fix it anyways. Like, why would we be doing that?
So
like, why not leave that as an option for somebody who has an issue or wants to do that? Doesn't that also, in my view, and I understand it, but wouldn't that also allow us for some oversight?
So through the speaker, we believe that for the environment and for people to manage their properties the way they want to with natural gardens, and a lot of people don't, but a lot of people do, this will streamline the process and give them that right to have a natural garden and not have to be tied up in exemption processes and appeal processes. So it just removes that.
No, I understand that, but my worry is this. I have throughout the ward a lot of properties, and a lot of them, quite frankly, are sort of absentee landlords, rental properties, where people just kind of like allow the grass to grow, and not the grass, but everything that now infects the grass, and my worry is that while now we have very weak mechanisms by which we can get people to clean up their properties a bit or make them a little look, one man's treasure or one person's treasure is another person's eyesore, right? I get that, and I guess it's when there's a conventional consensus that develops around an eyesore that you say is an eyesore, and then you say, okay, look, you got to find a way to clean that up, and then that other person comes along and says, this isn't an eyesore, this is like look at all the frogs living in my grass, right? They're well hidden, they're sheltered, they're doing real well, right?
Councillor Perruzza, your question, please.
Yeah, so my question is, we have some lukewarm mechanisms now by which we can get some cleanliness in neighborhoods. I just see this as watering that down even further, and I understand you're not able to really enforce, and this is just your way of being able to throw up your shoulders and say, well, you know what, that's a natural garden, counselor or neighbor.
So through the speaker, I think what you're asking is, will this increase the number of compliance issues? And our experience in the last 9 years has been that based on the number of complaints and the number of notices we issue on those complaints, which is about 10% of all complaints are resolved before we get to notices. And of the 10% notices, maybe 1% of those go to remedial action. So I think that the program that we have is very robust, and this is just going to improve it for those folks that want a natural garden as opposed to the traditional turf gardens or turf lawns.
Thank you.
Oh man, this we're in big trouble on this if that's the way we're going, right? Okay.
Thank you. Okay, sorry. Councillor Holiday to speak.
I have questions, Speaker. It's Councillor Perks.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I believe I put my name on.
Yeah, your name was under it. Okay, sorry. Okay, Councillor Perks, question.
No problem. Believe me, I appreciate the difficulty of the job you're doing right now. And
go ahead, because I got you under to speak. Go ahead.
Okay, I meant to do both.
Yeah.
So my first question is, the City of Toronto Ombudsman actually directed staff to go and do this work and clarify the bylaw, didn't they?
Yes, they did, through the speaker.
And why was that?
Through the speaker, they felt that the exemption process was difficult to navigate for both the public and for staff, and they asked us to look at a number of recommendations that would smooth out the process for both the public, provide better tools for officers, and more education for officers as well.
So the ombudsman found that the existing set of rules was too complicated and difficult to navigate, and recommended that you go clean it up, and that's what you've accomplished here today.
That through the speaker, that's correct.
Okay. This proposal still gives city staff the right to require that lawns be cut when they grow too long?
The speaker, that's correct. None of those provisions have been touched. Turf grass still needs to be maintained under 20 centimeters.
And you can't just say to an inspector, this is a natural garden, I don't have to do it. This bylaw doesn't do that, does it?
Through the speaker, no, it doesn't.
So the kinds of properties that Councillor Perruzza and Councillor Holiday were talking about, because we don't now have the very unclear process around the natural garden, this actually makes it easier and more straightforward for everyone to understand how they have to maintain their lawns, and easier for us to enforce, correct?
Yes, through the speaker, that's correct, Councillor Perks. And I just want to re-emphasize the importance of education, not just for our officers, but for the public, and about the complaints that we receive as well. When we're receiving the complaints, people don't understand what a natural garden is. So we will be doing a robust education program as well.
Right, but the basic problem that Councillor Perruzza talked about, which is, or Councillor Holiday talked about, which is a lawn gets way overgrown, somebody's not even living there. What you're proposing here actually makes it clearer and simpler for us to get that taken care of, correct?
Through the speaker, that's correct.
Okay, and it makes it clearer and simpler for the homeowner to know what they have to do, for the person lodging the complaint to know what they have to do, and for the enforcement officer to manage the file, correct?
Through the speaker, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. And this also fits with a policy adopted by this council on renaturalization, on pollinators, and on stormwater management and the ravine bylaw, correct?
Through the speaker, that's correct.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a brief motion, if I may ask to have that displayed. It's just asking the Executive Director to monitor compliance and enforcement of turf grass rules, chapter, and report back to the I&E Committee within 18 months with any necessary amendments to ensure the bylaw effectiveness. I listened carefully to what Councillor Perruzza asked about. I understand and appreciate it. And in fact, he sort of stated it differently than what I have been worried about is, you know, are we going to have any trouble enforcing overgrown lawns? Because it's easier now to call it a natural garden. I talked a lot to staff about it. We did some on camera, and I had a chance to speak to them offline. So really, just this just asked to do a check-in with us. I chose 18 months because, well, I don't think much is going to change between now and the end of the growing season in this year. Next year will be the full growing season, and that will allow them to evaluate it over the course of a year. And if the complaints come up, I think we're going to have to revisit it. But you know, the silver lining in here, and the piece that I appreciate, is that it does cut red tape. And it simplifies the process for everybody, including the administration of it. So there is a plus, and we will see. So thank you very much. I hope you can support the report back request.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion to speak.
Thank you, and have a motion. And the motion just deals with problem properties that are recurring. So I fully support this initiative. The more we can get people doing natural gardens and have less rigmarole for them doing that, the better. However, as Councillor Holiday and especially Councillor Brutes referenced, we do have some chronic problem properties. I don't think, they're ones that, every year there's every year the neighbors complain, and every year it takes months to get going on any kind of enforcement. So this is something that I've been talking to staff about implementing for the last 20 years, I think. And some years it's been done sort of half-heartedly, and other years not at all. I believe it is a list of mostly the same properties every year. So if we were just to be proactive with those, and there will be no difficulty differentiating some of these properties from somebody who's legitimately trying to do a natural garden. I think that could deal with some of the enforcement issues we've had. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Yes, first of all, I'm just going to indicate that I'm going to be supporting both of the motions. I have a different view than Councillor Holiday, but I don't object in any way to going back and taking a look to see how the implementation works. And Councillor Fillion's motion is quite helpful too. It's important, though, to note that one of the things this bylaw does is eliminate the whole idea of being able to say to an inspector, this is a natural garden, and then tie it up in a lengthy application and appeal process. That just vanishes. That vanishes. We send somebody out who can look at the law and say, no, it's too tall. And you can say it's a natural garden until you're blue in the face, but that doesn't accomplish anything. It's still too tall, and it has to get dealt with. It also introduces a very, very carefully reasoned out list of species that are invasives and are problematic, and lays out how we get rid of them. Much clearer than what it used to be. It finally brings us into a more coherent place with a number of other city policies. Stormwater management, which we just debated, because bringing in natural plants actually retains stormwater better than certain kinds of turf grass. It deals with a legal problem that the city has had in front of it for a long time, which is someone once upon a time took the city of Toronto to court and said, I am too allowed to have a natural garden here. All that's fixed. It also supports our biodiversity strategy. It also supports our pollinator strategy. This is one of those really remarkable moments when city staff have taken a very complicated problem and come up with a clear, simple, and coherent solution that will apply to everybody. I want to thank them. And I also want to thank the very many community and scientific experts who provided advice to city staff in the development of this. I know there are some questions about how successful it's going to be, but we're going to keep our eye on it and make improvements if we have to. Well done to everybody involved.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'm going to hold my breath on nirvana being achieved here. So the difficulty a problem with this from as a suburban counselor, where there's, people have lawns and that kind of stuff. We don't have a lot of natural gardens. Like on my street here, there's one beautifully maintained. Um, there's all kinds of stuff in there. I wouldn't be able to name it all, but you can tell it's beautifully maintained because it's, the folks that have it really apply themselves to having it. My worry is, and we have, there's no question we have a really, really big problem in this area now. And there's nothing drives some neighborhoods and some people in neighborhoods crazier than, runaway overgrown grasses of all types. And it's like a huge complaint every season. It starts off, May, June. By the time people get around to it, by the time anything gets done to it, by the time it gets dealt with, it's, we're into October, November, and the winter season's back on us, and not a whole lot happens except people, are really, really upset throughout that entire process, throughout that entire cycle. My worry is here. And I guess I will, being in the philosophical mood I'm in right now, I'll take that leap of faith, much like Kierkegaard. I'll run with the staff here, and say, okay, well, maybe this will fix it up, and maybe 18 months from now, we'll get something, and we'll have had some experience with this or some more experience with this, and then I'll be able to sort of better react to and see how it all shakes down, and how we get people to to clean up their lawns. My worry is that now sometimes
One more to go.
who have trouble maintaining and managing my own lawn because I don't put anything on it. So I'm always kind of like dealing with all kinds of weeds. I guess all I'd have to do is just plant a few of these species once I can figure out what they are in my lawn, and then just let everything grow out and call it a natural lawn, and probably be done with it that way. And in part, that's, I guess, my worry, because we have a lot of problem properties, and I agree with the staff person who said that it's not the people that who when an inspector shows up or when a neighbor complains to them about it, they do something about it, right? Those are people who who I get it, are really busy in their lives and don't have that ability to kind of like spend time with their property or with their lawn, and then once somebody rings their bell, they say, "Oh, geez, now I got to do something about that," and they go out and do it. That's not the person I'm concerned with, because those folks ultimately will always work to be good neighbors to everybody else. It's the folks that simply don't care, and, because for whatever reason, and they just sort of they let stuff run amok, and then people in areas and neighborhoods, especially neighborhoods where they're struggling with all kinds of other stuff, then they see these places and they're kind of like a drag on them, a drag on the neighborhood, and a drag on on their quality of life, in a sense, and it drives them absolutely crazy. And I don't know if this is this really allows us to make that situation any better, but I guess I'm prepared, like everyone else, to see where this goes, and maybe we can deal with it better later. Thanks.
Okay, members, we're trying to get this agenda completed. So let's try to rush it through. We're running out of time, members. So we have two motions. Motion by Councillor Holiday and Councillor Fillion. Councillor Holiday's motion. All in favor? carried. Councillor Fillion's motion. All in favor? Councillor Fillion's motion, all in favor, carried. Item is amended, all in favor, carried. Okay, members, we need to, you know, be considerate of the time. You know, if we want to complete the agenda, or some of these items will be deferred. So Councillor Fletcher, you introduced the member's motion early, 3553. Do you want to just move it?
Yes, I will. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, on favor, carried.
Thank you. Thank you, Francis.
The next item is PH 25.7, which is the future of Yonge and Eglinton Canada Square. It's here without a recommendation. Do we have questions of staff? Councillor Robinson, questions to staff?
Yes, thank you very much. I'll be quick. There is an echo. I don't know why.
This is an echo chamber.
I don't know, but can we just kind of move it along?
Okay, I'll do my best. So questions for staff. I just want to ask, this is obviously city-owned land. I want to ask about the Toronto Green Standards. This apparently is a bit of a bare minimum in that it's tier 1. Are you at all concerned about the fact that it's city-owned land and it's being proposed as tier 1? Where, you know, we really want to achieve an example of green development. So is that achieving this?
Through the speaker, I will, thank you, Councillor. It's a good question. Yes, it would be subject to tier 1. I think the option, I would imagine, to have the applicant consider tier 2 is certainly on the table for any application and would be for this one. And we would certainly want to have that conversation with the applicant. Why I'm hesitating a bit is because, as you know, it may be city-owned land, but it's covered by a lease. So that's the only reason I'm hesitating with my answer to you.
Okay, but with your expertise and knowledge, would you not want them to push hard to achieve at least a tier 2, given that I know some of this, well, that's becoming a standard practice, I think May of 2022, but the lease is, I think, also July 2022. So it just seems to me that we should be pushing that, you know, for sustainable development. And if it's city-owned land, we should be achieving that.
Again, I don't disagree with your sentiment, and certainly we would encourage and do everything we can to have this applicant go to a higher standard.
Okay, thank you. And then regarding parkland, same concerns. I understand there's, you know, various ranges for hectares. This does not achieve the 15% parkland, is my understanding. It's just over 4.9%. Parkland, as you know, is a dear commodity in the Yonge Eglinton area. So what would you like to see happen on the parkland front?
Councillor, I'll ask Oren Tamir to answer that question, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Greg. Through the speaker, the expectation, given the ratio between residential and non-residential, will be somewhere in the order of 4,000 square meters.
Okay, so does that meet the city's bare minimum, or is it exemplary? Where does it hit in the percentage? You know, 0 to 1 to 5, all the various ranges for hectares. Where are they hitting, would you say, when it comes to green space?
Yeah, so it won't affect that calculation. It's how much, what the percentage of open space would be, or parkland would be on this site.
So what is that?
The expectation is 15% for the residential portion, and I believe it's 2% for the non-residential portion. But when you actually look
And
at
are
the
they
calculation per thousand,
are they achieving that? Is that proposed?
they are not achieving that at this time. That's
What are they proposing?
approximately 1,800 square meters.
So they're
There is-
not where they need to be.
that is correct. There's a much larger amount of open space that is proposed, and we are currently working with the applicant to identify how much of that should be conveyed to the city as parkland. So there is much more open space, but not yet identified as public parkland.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is for the chief planner. Northeast quadrant of Yonge and Eglinton, massive park deficit there. That's partially, related to land value competition or just such a competitive environment. How are you going to address the fact that there's a park deficit, green space deficit in the Northeast quadrant of Yonge and Egg?
Councillor, through the speaker, you're right, there are deficits, and we've identified those deficits in our implementation strategies report that was at PHC, and actually working with the community throughout the secondary plan process, working with Parks and Rec. You do point out correctly that the value of land is quite high. We look for opportunities to secure on-site parkland first and foremost with development applications where that's possible, and we also have an approved public realm strategy for Yonge and Eglinton where we are trying to advance strategically and more systemically across Yonge and Eglinton various public realm and parks initiatives, and those are all itemized. The progress we've made so far, the work in progress, and the work yet to be done itemized in our previous reports.
Thank you. Councillor Bylaw.
Thank you.
Question?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You said the applicant had a lease with the city. How long is that lease?
Let Create TO answer that question.
Sure, I'll answer that question, Councillor. Through the speaker, hi, my name is Steve Trumper, Interim CEO of Create TO. There are two current leases on the property that end in 2050 and 2070, and then the proposed new lease, which is not yet in effect, would be for 99 years for the initial term and then a renewal term of 99 years.
Okay. And the new lease has been approved by council?
Yes, it came through council in 2018.
Okay. So what's in front of us right now is the planning application for those lands?
Correct.
Okay. Greg, there was a group of residents that you've met, that you worked with, and they put forward a vision statement, which from what I recall from our planning meeting, planning was supportive of that vision statement in general, obviously now going through the application, but, it's very much in line with Midtown and what planning thinks needs to be looked at in that area. Is that correct?
Yes, our report at PHC attached the report of, I think it was called the Special Study Working Group, Midtown, otherwise referred to the Midtown Working Group, but a small group of folks who got together and worked hard over the last 6 weeks or so, putting together a vision report for the site. And our report attached that report and indicated our general support for the directions that are contained in that report, and that it would inform and be considered fully in the context of our review of the development application.
I noticed that some components of that are not fully in our hands, right? There's academic institutions, there's schools, so there's things that have financial implications, and we're not the ones that pay for that. Do we have economic development, for example, also working on this to facilitate some of these conversations, or how are these conversations happening in order to fulfill that vision? Because some of it is a planning issue, but there's a financial that it's it's not a city financial implication.
Yeah, maybe Mr. Trumper can comment on this. I would say from a planning point of view, the application's in circulation. We're fully engaged with the community on these ideas. We have, as you know, circulation of the school boards, conversation with the school boards, as is the case with any large site application like this. And we are pursuing any and all opportunities to bring community services to the site, enlarge parkland to the site, and as many improvements as can be obtained, with the understanding that this site is already zoned 7 times coverage, and this application is for about 7.5 times coverage. So we're working with something that is got a lot of density on it, and but does offer opportunities to go further.
And has this plan been to the community yet, or are you requesting it to go out to the community to consult on this?
Well, I think there's been some general discussion, certainly in the community, about the application and Oxford's interest in the Oxford themselves had some earlier community meetings, but in terms of the city's planning process, we wrote a preliminary report, I believe, in December 2019, Oren, or 2020. I'm looking at you to correct my dates, and you can maybe answer Deputy Mayor's question on the process right now, Oren.
Yes, so we did write a preliminary report early this year, and requesting that we proceed with our community consultation meeting, but that has yet to happen.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Matlow, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, can you confirm that Oxford purchased a lease from Northam, and could you just confirm the length remaining on the existing lease?
The 2 leases that are currently in place, one ends in 2050 and the other, or 2051, and the other one ends in 2070. And they comprise essentially the 2 office towers and then the mixed use building in the middle with the cinemas.
And that the new lease is conditional on the approval of an application.
Correct.
Can you also confirm that this matter is unique in the way that we agreed that it would not be appealable to the provincial appeals body, no matter what the current name of the appeals body might be?
Correct. There is a clause in the lease, Councillor, that addresses that issue and provides that the tenant will not consent or will not appeal to the appeal body without the consent of the landlord, which is in this case the city, not to be unreasonably withheld. I would defer to city legal as to the enforceability of a clause like that, but we certainly do not want the tenant to appeal if we can avoid it.
Thank you. And to Mr. Lintern, can you just confirm that a motion that we moved at a previous council meeting to strike a community working group was seen through to fruition? We did do the working group meetings and that it was successfully concluded with recommendations.
That's correct.
Would you agree, based on our Midtown and Focus work that we did together as a community over several years, that there is a dearth of various infrastructure, parks, and social services, such as school capacity, that we need to meet in the Yonge and Eglinton area?
Yes, as we outlined in our infrastructure update report to PHC, the area is very fast growing, anticipating a lot more growth, and we have to work very hard and very creatively to keep pace with that, or at least catch up with that.
Absolutely. Thank you. Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm interested in the TTC side of things. Do we know what is the cost for the TTC in the city to construct the bus terminal and station entrances to this property?
Hi, it's Pam Kraft from the TTC here. The estimate of the new terminal was between $55 and $60 million.
And are they currently proposed to be paid for by Oxford? What is the current funding mechanism for this?
TTC's 24 million. Sorry, TTC's contribution is capped at $25 million. The rest is covered by Oxford.
And if this doesn't happen, do we have other budget already allocated to pay for that? Do we have room in our budget to build it?
There has not been anything additionally proposed. The new terminal would also allow the e-bus components to be incorporated into it rather than the existing one all renovated.
And if this doesn't go through, what kind of service impacts would it cause?
We would be staying in the existing terminal, which is not in the best of shape, and we would just have to live with it. And
okay, and contractually, like what is in the, can Oxford walk away from this deal? Do they need to know that we're moving forward with this lease? Like what is in there that risks associated with this?
I'll leave that to CreateTO to answer.
Through the speaker, Councillor, thank you for the question. We did try in the supplemental report contained in the materials to identify some of the risks associated with the deal not proceeding. As Pam Kraft has mentioned, there would be no improvement to the bus terminal. TTC didn't have to fund itself. The station entrances, which require upgrade for pedestrian traffic, would have to be paid for by the TTC. The office buildings themselves, as you may have noticed if you've been there recently, are quite old and obsolete, but they would stay that way if this deal did not proceed. And we also, Canadian Tire has its headquarters there, and we don't know what the future of their location at Yonge and Eglinton would be if they did not proceed with their new office building. So those were some of the issues we identified in our report.
So would you agree then that it's important for the operation of the TTC and those things you speak to that we don't disrupt this agreement?
I can't comment on that from an operational point of view, but I will say that the transaction as negotiated by the city team contains considerable benefits for the city, which would of course be lost if the transaction did not proceed.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Coe, questions?
Yeah, I'd like to have a question of the TTC representative. My question is, has the province divulged to you when they hope to clean up the mess at Yonge and Eglinton with the construction of the crosstown?
The latest date that we have for leaving that area is July of 2022.
So they've said that they will complete the construction July 2022.
That is the last information that we have with regards to this location.
When was that?
That was earlier this year.
Don't they have a major problem connecting the Yonge line and the crosstown? Haven't they run across a major construction engineering challenge?
I'm sorry, I cannot speak for Metrolinx on this on that matter.
Well, you're the TTC. You have the station there.
We review their plans and how they interface with the crosstown, and we provide our comment on that to ensure that our facilities have no adverse effect.
How is the interface going between the two lines?
I have not heard of any major issue from the TTC perspective as it impacts our existing structures.
Madam Speaker, it's Derek Toivo on the line. Perhaps maybe I can offer up an answer to that question.
Okay, if you can answer.
So through you, Madam Speaker, to you, Councillor, there is a connection between the Young Eglinton station and the Eglinton Crosstown station. And at this point, there is no issues with regards to the actual interconnection. The work is continuing, and as Pam said, at this point in time, it's looking towards July of 2022 for it to be for it to be completed.
Okay, thank you. Just get back at TTC. Has the TTC looked at the impact of having 5 residential towers on this site, added to probably the second most congested subway station next to Yonge and Bloor, and the fact that we have no relief line, and you're going to have the completion of the Eglinton Crosstown dumping about 20,000 people at peak there, and now the province is going to extend the Yonge line. How many cars does the TTC think people are going to have to wait for before they can get on the southbound train at 8 o'clock at Yonge and Eglinton? How many cars? I mean, they're waiting for 5 cars before pandemic. How many will they have to wait for to get on in the morning? 10, 15 cars?
The implementation of the ATC program will enable increased number of trains because they can be located closer together. And that's, as you all are aware of it, that's why there's so many closures along line 1. So that will make a huge difference as far as capacity. The redevelopment of this property will improve the ingress and egress of the pedestrians because you're quite aware, particularly at the north end, there's.
But what about all the extra residents? 5 towers worth of residents.
Councillor Coe, allow the staff to answer the question, please.
Yeah, but I only have so much time.
Well,
we will.
Go ahead.
We will continue to monitor it just as we monitor the Yonge Bloor and have expansion proposals in place for that. We don't have any further expansion plans for Yonge Eglinton at this time.
And do you realize that there are 94 residential towers either approved in the pipeline at this time for the Yonge Eglinton Midtown area? 94 residential towers along with these 5 towers. Is that not a concern to you in terms of capacity of the Yonge Eglinton station?
There are sections within the TTC that do monitor redevelopment to ensure that we can provide appropriate service to our customers.
So you don't have any concerns about the 94 proposed residential towers coming to Midtown and its impact on the ability for residents to get on the Yonge subway?
That was your last question. Well, go ahead.
As noted, we are monitoring the expansion in the area, and we also monitor the capacity of our station and ingress and egress from a health and safety perspective, as well as just general capacity and functionality.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
I have a motion, Madam Speaker. And this motion is a request to endorse the vision set out by the community working group. The community working group was composed of a wide array of local Yonge and Eglinton community organizations, residents groups, tenants associations, community centers, the 2 local school trustees, and myself, along with my colleagues, Councillors Robinson and Cole, and supported by staff, and led by the way, Bruce Davis, who did a remarkable job. I want to acknowledge, first of all, the hard work of the residents whose advocacy demonstrated the most kind of grassroots democratic effort to put forward a vision for the neighborhood that I live in. This is my home too. And I'm really grateful to my neighbors, to my friends for doing this. I also want to acknowledge the partnership that I have found with Councillors Cole and Robinson. I think it was evident to all of us, to look at the elephant in the room, that we've had some differences before. What I can tell you authoritatively and clearly, and I know that my colleagues would endorse this statement, we are one team on this. We speak with one voice. Our community speaks with one voice. This is a neighborhood and a community that has seen unprecedented growth due to provincial policies many years ago that didn't ensure that our quality of life would keep up with the pace of growth. And this is an opportunity on city land to finally achieve things like, really reflecting more of a complete community. Having a school, having post-secondary, having more employment, cultural, green space, parks, a public square, and so much more. An opportunity to finally start meeting the needs of a growing neighborhood. This is also a community, unlike some, that are not only not fighting affordable housing, they're fighting for more affordable housing. They want 25% of any new residential units to be truly affordable. I commend them, and I'm so proud of our community for that. This is also a community that isn't saying that they're not willing to accept that there will be buildings built there. They're not even really debating the exact FSI. What they're saying is that they want more of a complete community, more balanced community, one that isn't simply just another bedroom community in the sky. And I think that's reasonable, appropriate, and actually really good planning. What some of you, or all of us, I think, have been told by a letter from Oxford and others recently, is that somehow this will jeopardize the proposed new lease agreement. That you should be scared of that. You should be worried about considering this vision before we consider Oxford's application. Well, we have a choice to make. First of all, that's nonsense. There are already active discussions about putting a school there with the TDSB, along with Trustee Laskin. There's already discussions about putting a higher educational institution there. There's already commitments for park space and a public square. This work is being done, and it's being done well, and it's being done with the community rather than at the community. The community is simply saying, let's have that narrative, let's have that vision for the town center down through a feasibility study now, so that any application fits into that vision rather than us once again reacting to a development application, in particular where we aren't concerned about the prospect of an appeal given the agreement. So I don't believe that Oxford's going to walk away. They have 50 years left on an existing lease agreement. They're not going to just sit there and not earn anything off that land. I believe that they can be a good partner if we all choose to work as partners and achieve a good development and a good vision and a good plan for Young Eglinton. But some of you are going to get texts today. Some of you are going to hear from people, other people saying, you got to worry about this, you've got to worry about that. Don't allow this to move forward. That's the message from Oxford. That's the message from those who may not want the community vision to go first. What I will say to Oxford and those who are advocating for them today is that you will win if the community wins. This is not going to threaten your economic prospects if you do it well with the community. All we ask is that you leave the
10
community better than you
seconds.
found it. I want to end by once again thanking my colleagues, and in particular, Councillor Robinson made a great case for a park on this space, and I appreciate her advocacy and her friendship on this, along with Councillor Cole.
Thank
and
you.
thanking the community.
We do have a question for you. Councillor Thompson, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Speaker. I won't need 3 minutes. Just through you to Councillor Matlow. I was just looking at your motion. It's an excellent motion. I'm just wondering, where does, as you talked a little bit about any application that has to fit into, obviously, the community's desire and wishes and so on, which makes a lot of sense. I'm just wondering,
thank you.
Where does, how does Oxford fit in as part of that process? And clearly, the reason why I'm asking the question is I'm wondering if they would be part of that process in terms of discussion with the community, in terms of community's vision, so that they don't come with a separate application and or vision, which is inconsistent with that of the community. So I'm just wondering if they are a part of this working group.
Thank you. Thank you to Deputy Mayor for that question, because actually I can provide you a little context. What you may not know, because not everyone's been watching this as closely as some, Oxford already submitted their application last Christmas. And so the reason that we've gone through this working group process is because the community and I, along with my colleagues in Midtown, saw their application, and it was, to understate it, underwhelming. Like it was a bunch of tall towers, but it had virtually no community benefit space. It really didn't address any of our needs for childcare, school, any of those things. So that's why we put forward our community vision. But absolutely, Oxford's application will go forward through consideration. All we're asking for is an endorsement of the vision, which I don't think is the vision itself isn't controversial. What we're asking for, though, is that it be allowed to go through the feasibility study, the assessment through planning first, before the application is either approved or not, or considered to that level, because we want to make sure that the application meets the requirements of our vision, rather than our vision sort of made simply an appendage or some attachment to the Oxford application. And I mean, this is our historic moment, Michael, and I very much hope that people here, just like any of you would want for your own community, would support the community's request.
And no, I appreciate that, but I just wanted to understand that Oxford has a role as part of that process in terms of participating. And I asked you this.
Deputy Mayor, we cannot be obtuse. We cannot, to clearly answer, we cannot be obtuse to the fact that Oxford is the leaseholder on the property, and we have been having ongoing conversations with them to discuss the school, discuss the park. So of course, we're not just saying we don't want to talk with you, of course.
Right, and I know I've got a couple seconds left, but I just want to reference that years ago I chaired the TTC Property Management Committee when a lot of this discussions were going on. So I come from that particular history. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll just echo some of the comments that have been made about the immense pressure that Yonge and Eglinton is under. It's quite frankly at a bit of a breaking point. We've got 20 developments just happening in the northeast quadrant on a couple streets that Councillor Matlow and I share, and we're trying to manage it with altering the way the streets are running, one-way streets and such. Yonge and Eglinton, without a doubt, is one of the fastest growing secondary plan areas, with 28,000 new residential units built, approved, and under review in the last few years. So there's a lot happening there. And I want to start by thanking the working group, who did an amazing job, and all the residents and residents associations in the Yonge Eglinton area. They came together, they really stood their ground and worked collaboratively. So it was quite impressive, and I want to just really emphasize that. I also want to talk about what I talk about relentlessly, and that is green space, parkland, and the lack thereof. And advocating for my neck of the woods, which is the northeast quadrant to some extent, is there is a dearth of parkland there, and staff cannot seem to be, I don't know if they're not being proactive, I hope they are, but the land value competition is off the charts. It's a very competitive environment, and so it's very challenging to secure any space, as I like to say, a blade of grass. So dogs, humans, everybody's finding it very challenging being in a very concrete neighborhood with a lack of green space. And I've been talking about this for years at council, but throughout the course of this working group, I really emphasized that and was happy to see it fall high in the priorities of what we need to do in this area. So I wanted to share that with you. And I wanted to also just emphasize the fact that this is city-owned land, and absolutely Oxford has a big role to play in this, but they should be meeting the TGS, the Toronto Green Standards, when it's city land, and our parkland percentage. In fact, they should be exceeding it, because people need somewhere to go. We've learned that through COVID, that people need somewhere to go and to gather and to get outside when they're living in apartments and condos without backyards. So we don't really want to settle for scraps. We want significant green space. And that is my major focus for this conversation today, is to push that. And I also want to say, you know, we are not really trying to push back on the lease necessarily with Oxford. What we're trying to do here is just really create a bit of a town center, which is at the heart of Yonge and Eglinton, and it's a place for people, as I said, to gather and to go. And we want to make sure our vision is heard, the vision of the residents and the community organizations in the area that were very active and involved in this process. I do want to thank Councillor Cole also. I mentioned Councillor Matlow earlier, but because he really pushed for the piece of a big picture, holistic context of the area. He really pushed that it wasn't just a one-off. It's a significant piece of land, not just in Yonge and Eglinton, but for the whole city. Significant and one of the last. And as we all know very well, you can't get it back once you pour concrete over it. So I thank both the local councillors for their work on this and for pushing for that big picture holistic approach. I'm not going to talk about transit, but it is a big problem. You cannot get on transit at that station and the stations south and north, 3-4 trains. I think Councillor Cole did a good job emphasizing that in the question period today. But I do hope you'll support the motion before us. It reflects what the residents want, and they absolutely want to see this happen, and that we really create a vibrant, dynamic space in Yonge and Eglinton that will be forever something that residents cherish. And it's a give back to the people who have endured so much construction and so many developments relentlessly. So I'll end there, Madam Speaker, but thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor Cole to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to say that, the Yonge and Eglinton is now the second most active development area, growth center, next to the, I think it's can't keep track, Waterfront East or whatever it is. Anyways, the thing that really is annoying through all this process, I hear people who know nothing about Yonge and Eglinton and never been there say that we should be building more. What have we got against development? Well, if you come there, you'll see in all of our 3 wards, we're probably doing more housing development than the rest of Canada combined. So when I see people tell us, well, you got to support more housing. And I say, yeah, well, why don't you support the housing in your part of the city or in your part of Ontario? We're doing way above our share of the work in Midtown and Yonge and Eglinton. Done our share, and then we have 94 other residential towers coming to Yonge and Eglinton. 94. 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 stories. And all these are residential. City planning talks about it's supposed to be a complete community, workplaces. Well, nobody's building office places anymore. Workplaces, these are all residential towers. And that's why the community was very strong in saying, we don't oppose the density, but we want to have institutional, we want to have commercial workplaces included in this development, but not only here, but throughout Midtown. And as Councillor Robinson so acutely stated, I can't believe that this key piece of property, one of the key city-owned piece of property, when this lease was approved back in 2018, there was no debate. Everybody said it was the greatest thing since sliced bread. Thankfully, the secret deal that was signed back then was made public as a result of council changing that directive so that we could see what was in the arrangement between Oxford, a 350-page agreement that was kept from the public. And now it is public, and I think that's all for the good. But we can't just look at this in isolation, as Councillor Robinson said. In her ward, take a look at what's happening up there. You can't move, you can't breathe, you can't see the sun. And then I've got across the street, I've got people that want 65 stories all along Eglinton, up Duplex, up Yonge Street. And then, the TTC spokesman said, well, there's no problem with, we're using the automatic train control, that'll fix everything. Well, that's a bunch of baloney. That's not going to be able to cope with all the 94 residential towers. It's not going to be able to cope with the Eglinton Crosstown being completed, and the Yonge station will be the main destination. And then the Yonge subway is being extended up to Newmarket, wherever, bringing more people. So our residents and Councillor Robinson in my ward, how many trains will they have to wait for at the Lawrence station? How many trains at Eglinton? We're going to need Tokyo-style jammers to put people in there unless we have some non-residential development there with schools, institutions. We need that. And we can't continue to look at these planning applications in isolation. Oh, it's that ward there. Well, I think, this is a crossroads ward. All councillors should be involved. And again, I want to thank my fellow councillors, Councillor Matlow for standing up for his community, Councillor Robinson, who endured so much and still fought hard for her community. And I want to thank the gang up there
10
on
seconds.
the coalition that they fought like hell to get this out of the public and make it a good and honorable legacy development. Thank God for the residents.
Thank you. Councillor Bylaw to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief, but I think it's important to mention this point. First, I want to thank the residents that were at Planning and Housing, the gang, like Councillor Cole just called them. There's clearly a group of residents that have been working with the local council that have created a great vision for what is an area of the city that is under an incredible amount of development pressure, and it is an iconic corner for our city. So great vision. I'm sure that everybody will work hard to bring others to the table. There's others, stakeholders that need to get involved in order to fulfill this vision. I just think there's a lesson for all of us here. Creatio is still in its infant stages, but there was a business deal that was approved and voted by us. And so it is important that we pay more attention when these deals are coming forward. And if some of these things are an issue, they need to come forward, because we can't send and create an agency to go off and do these city building deals, come to council, approve them, and then said, oops, we're changing our mind constantly. So I think that there's a big lesson for us at council here that we need to do better at this. I just wanted to make this point, because I think as we move forward, so we don't run into these issues with other communities and other councillors, I think it's important for us, all of us, to reflect on this. Thank you.
Thank you. On the motion by Councillor Matlow, on favor.
Can I get a recorded vote, please?
Recorded vote.
Madam Speaker?
Please, recorded.
Yeah, we're all asking for the same thing. Thank you.
Councillor Lai, it appears you have not received the vote. Could you state your vote, please?
or in the affirmative?
The motion carries unanimously. 23 in favor.
Our next item is NY 2530, application to remove a private tree at 294 Fairlawn. Councillor Cole, you held the item down.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank councillors Filion and my fellow councillor Denzel Minham Wong, the Deputy Mayor, North York Community Council, for allowing me this opportunity to speak to the issue which affects my ward. The issue here is twofold. First of all, there's the issue of this application to remove this tree. On that same day at council, community council, we had 2 tree applications on the same street, both asking to remove a tree on private property. This is in the backyard. And the other application, I recommended voting against, that we turned it down. But this one here, like all of us councillors are supposed to do, we're supposed to be listening to the local residents, that we just don't sit there and basically say, sorry, these are the rules. We do listen. So I listened attentively to this resident and in fact, the neighbor next door, and they talked about how this tree was basically taking up most of their small backyard on Fairlawn Avenue, I don't know, 20 feet by 40 feet. And they have 3 kids. The wife has asthma. And they were just basically saying they were having a heck of a time enjoying their property with this tree that, unfortunately, the tree is healthy. And so city staff, as you know, all they can do is comment on the health of the tree. They do not listen to the residents and the impact, because we've had a number of them, as you've had, about, the black walnut and people being allergic to nuts, and city staff has no authority to, forestry cannot, adjudicate on that. So that's when it comes to us as councillors. So I felt, as the local councillor, I felt a sense of compassion for this family with the 3 kids, that they felt they couldn't enjoy their backyard. And so the motion that passed at North York Community Council was to have the tree removed, and that they would either pay or replant 5 trees to the specifications of urban forestry. And so this motion now that's before us is asking to strike down the agreement by North York Community Council and say, no, we know better. And you haven't heard from the residents like we did and I did. And we're going to just follow the rule book. Well, sorry, I think at times, and you can look at my record, I've stood behind protecting many trees to the constant, you might say, negative calls by residents for years. But this tree, I felt, was not allowing this family with 3 young children to enjoy their property. And that's why I urge my fellow North York councillors to do it. And that's why we have a community council, so we could visit the site, talk to the residents, because you can't have Toronto City Council as a whole visiting all these application tree sites. So we leave some discretion to North York Community Council. In this case, the Community Council voted to basically support the removal of the tree. And then we have now a motion, unfortunately by a fellow member of North York Community Council, that essentially asks to overturn the decision of North York Community Council, overrule the local councillor and his efforts to listen to the residents. And so that's why I asked members of Toronto Council, because this type of thing could happen in all your wards. And so you have to ask yourself, what are we there in North York or Etobicoke Community Council or Toronto and East York? If we can't, advocate on behalf of local residents for something they feel is detrimental to their family, and the reasons are never black and white, and there's no technical expertise that can basically overturn the forestry decision. So that's what we do as councillors, and that's what I was doing, and that's why I feel strongly about this, that this is more than just the tree, and there's going to be 5 other trees planted, and that we should listen to the compelling
10
case of the local
seconds.
resident. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Coe, are you moving the motion to remove the tree?
Yes.
Yeah, to approve the tree removal? Okay. We'll show that. Okay, thank you.
Speaker,
It's on the screen. Okay, thanks.
Speaker, I'm down to speak on the item.
Yes, yes, thank you. Councillor Perks to speak.
Mr. Speaker, can we question the mover?
Pardon?
Can I question the mover?
Yes, if you like, if you can put your name.
Yeah, I'd like to question the mover.
Okay, just one moment. Okay, Councillor Grimes, question to the mover.
So, Councillor Cole, in your comments there, so what you're saying is you think that we should be keeping these delegated to community councils and keep them out of Toronto City Council. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying, unless there's an extraordinary situation which impacts on the whole city and impacts on a city policy that's going to really be detrimental to the whole city, I think that there's got to be weight given to what community council decides on local issues. Not 100%. We're not 100% right at the local council, but at least we should be given the respect of having some say in our local ward, in our local community.
You don't believe it should be delegated to community council?
Well, I could easily support that, yes. I mean, I could easily support that. I mean, I don't know why we're dealing with these things over and over again at city council. So either we have
my questions. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Perks to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I believe that the decision council took already on this before we reopened it was to take the staff advice and overturn it, but that's no longer in front of us, correct? Would I have to move that now?
Okay, the clerk will explain it to you, Councillor Perks.
Madam Speaker, just for clarity, Council earlier in the meeting decided to delete the recommendation of the Community Council to approve the tree removal and instead adopted a motion to deny the tree removal. Council then subsequently reopened. Council then subsequently reopened the matter, and our procedural bylaw says that when you reconsider a matter, the previous decision stands unless council does something else. So where we are right now is council has decided to deny the permit, and Councillor Cole has now moved to rescind that decision and instead approve the removal. So if the motion carries, it's approved. If the motion fails, the original decision stands.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that clarification. This is a bit of an unusual situation. I'm just simply going to say, as I do on many of these items, that, Councillor Cole said there's no expertise. Actually, our forestry staff are expert in this, and they do review the tree. They do look into whatever concern the homeowner has put before them. And those experts have recommended that this tree stay. We've also had many items that have come before our forestry staff where people claim they're allergic to the tree, and staff have found no, there's no basis for that in science, this claim of allergy being a reason to remove a tree. And finally, we have, as a council, taken a number of decisions. One, to create the bylaw in the first place. Two, to decide that appeals ultimately come here. The fact that there's even an appeal mechanism, I think, is making a concession. And three, that we have citywide policy that we are supposed to be expanding the tree canopy. City staff have told us this is a healthy tree and it's worth protecting in order to support council's goals as approved by this council. And well, it's true, Councillor Cole may have empathy for a particular individual. I don't, have the right to remove a stop sign because somebody in the neighborhood doesn't like it. I don't have the right to take down a fence because somebody else doesn't like it. I don't have the right to decide to put a bus stop in front of somebody's house. I don't have the right to give someone extra parking permissions on their street. These are decisions we take collectively at council so that we treat people fairly and so that larger public policy goals can be pursued. We hire experts to give us advice on things like whether the tree is healthy and worth protecting. Those experts have told us, yes, we should. Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak to speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to speak for long. This was fully debated at North York Community Council. This is a comprehensive staff report. The local councillor has advocated on behalf of his constituents. We heard from the residents, and I think this is something that is worthy of flexibility. The city has to respect the quiet enjoyment of people's homes. The adoption of this staff report will actually reduce the opportunity to plant new trees in a way that actually lends itself to the growing of our tree canopy. The report itself says the tree has a number of larger lateral limbs that have turned upwards, becoming like small trees in their own right, resulting in a broader canopy that is typical of these species. Now, I don't know how much this impacts the actual viability of the tree, but this strikes me as unusual and could be one of the leading indicators to advocate for its removal. I don't think anyone questions the value of our tree canopy. Certainly when it comes to tree planting, it is one of the most important things we can do as a city, whether it be on public or private property. The benefits of the tree canopy can't be contested. It does lead, as the report says, for increased property, better health, shading, and of course, sequestration, the lessons of climate change. So there's pictures here in this report. Clearly, this family is overwhelmed by this tree that is impacting negatively on their quiet enjoyment of the property. And I think the city, as a compassionate level of government, should support the local councillor and the family that has made this request.
Thank you. Councillor Fillion.
Thank you. We have one community council that is inclined to cut down a lot of trees, and we have another that will hardly ever allow a tree to be cut down. North York is, I would say, pragmatic on these issues. It is generally tree friendly, but does take each situation into account and sometimes will recommend removal. So this is one of those. Sometimes when you hear the situation and you look at the the tree, even though it is healthy, and you take everything into account. Usually it's not like, it's one of these things where you're kind of, gee, I could go either way, but, and I think this, for me, I think this was one of those, but, I will be supporting Councillor Cole. I believe I did at Community Council. And, again, where North York doesn't just take lightly removing trees, especially we have Councillor Carroll there to remind us, and we have several other people like Councillor Robinson and I think myself who place a lot of value in trees. So it's, and Councillor Cole, and I, I don't want to. I had Councillor Pasternak and Min Wong for the sake of unity here. So anyway, I'll be supporting this one, and I think we can't just automatically turn down every time there's a request, especially when it comes from a councillor that hardly ever recommends removing a tree in their ward.
Thank you. Councillor Grimes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be brief also, but I do believe, I like to say I fight for trees to keep trees, but, we sit there and I believe the process is flawed. We sit there for hours debating a tree in community council, and the deputy may take their time off work, probably the husband and wife come out, there's a private tree, they come and we debate these sometimes for over an hour. And to come down to Toronto City Council, and it's not fair to me to vote on this tree. I really take the advice of the local recommendation of the community council. It's not fair to come down here and not hear if they're allergic to nuts or it's a black walnut or it's outright dangerous. So I just think that it's flawed. They should be delegated to community council. We're all elected the same. There's a policy, but to bring it down here, it's not fair to the constituents, and it's not fair to me to vote on this because I didn't listen to the debate. So just to have people that don't want to cut any trees down, it's just not fair. I believe the process is flawed. I think it should be reviewed, but I'll be supporting the local councillor, Councillor Cole.
Thank you. Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen. Okay, motion by Councillor Cole, recorded vote.
Councillor Layden, please. Councillor Wong Tam, thank you. Councillor Ainsley, are you still present in the meeting? Councillor Ainsley, I have received a vote from you, but I do not see you as being present in the meeting. Ah, there he is. Speaker, the amendment carries 17-5.
Thank you. Our next item is CC 3521 900 Dufferin Street. Councillor Bailao.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion, and I will be very, very brief since most of this is confidential. I really just want to thank the members of my community. There was letters also in the confidential attachments that have worked really hard on this development. The Build a Better Bloor Dufferin, our local land trust, and the developer that has worked with the many community groups and staff as well on this application. So with that, I move the recommendations.
Okay. On the motion by Councillor Bailão. On favor? Carried. And also the supplementary report. Oh, that was it? Okay.
Absolutely.
Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Thank you. CC 3526, Councillor Matlow.
Would you mind just telling me the name of the item, please?
CC 3526, 22 Bailão Street.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I have a motion. So you'll see that this is to oppose the I'm sorry, could you put it up again just for a moment? Thank you. I actually realized I can't speak entirely to what I've written in there. So essentially, this may I just I haven't done one like this before, so I just want to seek clarity from staff. Am I allowed to speak publicly about the direction that I'm putting forward in the motion?
Confidential. We were in confidential this morning, and you said you didn't have any questions.
Oh, no, it's not questions. I just, am I?
No, it's a confidential.
To...
It's a confidential item, Councillor Matlow.
Okay, then I won't speak to it. Then I'll just move it.
Pardon? Okay, you're just moving it?
I'll move the motion. Yeah.
Okay, on CC 3526. Motion by Councillor Matlow. On favor? Carried.
Speaker, Councillor Perks.
Councillor Perks?
On a point of order, just so that staff are aware, I attempted to open the confidential files attached to this item using the CMP, and I get a message saying we can't open this file, something went wrong. So just so staff are aware, there are still some problems with us being able to access. I'm properly logged in. Everything else is working with my CMP, but I was unable to get enough information on this item.
Okay, the clerk.
Or try a different browser.
The clerk wants.
Try a different browser.
Council, please, hold on. There was a question asked to me. If I can ask the clerk to respond, please.
Yes, thanks, Madam Speaker. There, due to some recent installations of browsers and associated software with browsers onto city computers, there is a small hurdle for CMP. We're going to the IT staff will contact Councillor Perks right now just to help him through that. And before we meet again, we will make sure that members' computers are configured properly.
Councillor Perks, does that answer your question?
It does answer my question. I am, however, very disappointed that I was unable to vote on that item in an informed way.
Okay. Thank you. Next item is MM 3519, taking action to protect tenants from extreme heat. Deputy Mayor Minnan Wong, you held the item down.
Sure. I'm not going to move my motion. I've talked to staff. They're going to provide that information anyway, so I don't need to ask council's permission. I've got the agreement from city staff to do it administratively, so I won't be moving that motion. So I'm happy to release it.
Deputy Mayor, so you need permission to withdraw. So on favor to withdraw the motion, carried. So you're releasing the item?
Yep.
Councilor Wong Tam, did you want to speak on it, or can we just release it?
You know what? Considering that Councillor Min Wong is just really is no longer moving his motion, I think he tried to table. So do we need to withdraw his motion?
Yes.
He already did.
Okay, it's already done. Okay, then I won't move my own motion because I had a couple myself. Then we can just vote on the matter, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, so on the item. So Councillor Wong Tam, if I may ask you, you moved one earlier, so can you withdraw that one?
Sorry, Madam Speaker. The one I moved earlier to include the housing secretariat, I think I need to keep that one in there just to make sure that Abby Bond's office is included in the consultation.
Okay, so let's move on. Let's move that then. If we could put that one on the screen. There it is. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, carried. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we'll go back to AU 9.16, which is the response to City Council's request for an audit of affordable housing. Rental units, Councillor Matlow had a motion that he was drafting up.
We confirm. Does the clerk indeed have it this time? There we go. Okay, should I begin to speak to it now, Speaker?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just for my colleagues who may not have followed this as it came out in the news a few months ago, it was discovered that the head of a particular agency of the city was essentially offering affordable replacement units to family and friends, employees. And this was exposed, and I took special interest in it, given both I'm a member of the audit committee, but also it applied to a building in my ward. So I wanted to understand sort of what had occurred. And the more that I looked into it, the more that I started hearing anecdotally that whether it be this agency in particular, or perhaps developers, had made sort of various deals or promises along the journey to sort of say, hey, you can get in here and you get first dibs. And there wasn't really an accountability mechanism to ensure that it would only be the people who actually need affordable units, which, as we all know, are many people in our city, who would be eligible to move into one of these affordable replacement units. So we don't know as it stands if it was only that instance where that simply just happened to be reported in the news, or if it's in the many dozens, or if it's in the many hundreds. We don't know how many affordable units we have lost to family and friends arrangements versus legitimate people who really do need that support in our city, which again are so many. So while the Auditor General's initial arrangement was to sort of, put the emphasis on planning staff to do the research and investigation, she also acknowledged, which I appreciate, that that essentially the intent of my motion will be met, which is to have the auditor do the audit. That being said, though, Councillor Holiday, who chairs our committee, and I are on the same page, which is that, if planning needs the support, or if the auditor can dedicate resources to the initial research, that would be helpful. Our planning division is a remarkable division made up of remarkable people. And they're really good at planning. They're not investigators. They don't do forensic audits. The resource that they have to even look into case examples of where something may have gone wrong is limited, to understate it, incredibly limited. It's kind of one person doing a certain job for only a certain period of time. And what I'm concerned about is that if cases are sort of closed because they don't have the acumen or the ability or the expertise to be able to investigate properly, we will never know. And again, maybe this is not a widespread systemic problem. My sense is that there's certainly more than just that one example that was just happened to be exposed. And I think we need to get to the bottom of it, because I guess the main point is, as we are working so hard to arrive at new affordable units in our city, our Housing Now program, all these different inclusionary zoning, all these ways that we're trying to get more affordable units, how could we possibly allow potentially many affordable units that had been replaced in the past to go to, somebody's daughter or nephew because they happen to head an agency or an employee or a staff benefit, or that's not right, and that can't stand. And there needs to be accountability for that, along with, most importantly, just getting somebody who really needs the unit into that unit, and that other person can go back to their the home that they can rightly afford. So this motion really puts sort of I guess it sends a message that while planning might be helping with the research, this is the auditor's job. And if they do need resources, then we need to provide those resources.
10 seconds.
The Auditor General is terrific at doing investigations, and planning is really good at doing planning, but planning, I'm not convinced, can really do the job that they're asked to do with the resources they have.
Thank you.
Hey.
Okay, on the motion, on favor, show of hands, carried. Okay, members, before I ask for motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Councillor Bailao?
The committee and council consider submissions in making a decision on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments.
All those in favor, show of hands, carried. May I have a motion to introduce the general bills? I can't see. Councillor Ainslie. Councillor Ainslie?
Yep, I'm just waiting for the lead be granted to introduce bills 564 to 654. Thank you.
Okay. Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? All those in favor, show of hands, carried. Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor, show of hands, carried. May I have a motion to introduce a confirming bill? Mayor Tory?
Trying to unmute myself. Have I succeeded? I don't think so.
Can you read the bill?
I just can't unmute myself.
We can hear you.
Oh, you can? Okay, fine. that leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 35 on July 14, 15, and 16, 2021.
Thank you. Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? All those in favor? Show of hands carried. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Let's give a hand to staff for the past 3 days, the amazing work that they've done. Thank you to staff.
Here, here.
And thank you to members of
And a
council.
hand to the speaker.
And
One for the speaker. Hand to the speaker.
thank you. And
Yeah,
we'll-
and to Councillor Prutz's cursor. It was maligned all the last 3 days by Councillor Prutz. Apologize to the cursors, Councillor Prutz.
Okay, well, enjoy. We'll see everybody shortly, hopefully. Thank you and have a good evening.
Madam Speaker, you deserve a very long summer rest after this meeting.
I'm too busy. I have a lot to do. No vacation.
She's going to vacation on the Humber. She's going to take a canoe ride on the Humber. Right behind her house.
Safe, everybody. Enjoy and relax. Take care.
Thank you.